Hello everyone, this Hangout on Air is live. I am Rosie O'Kelly. This is the Rosie O'Kelly channel. It is Saturday, December 17th, 2016, 6:50 p.m. Welcome to each and every one of you Dead Side Chat. So happy Saturday, 1 week and a day until Christmas, and I hope everybody's doing well. And well, Bobby, the stores were, I'll tell you, the roads were clogged today around here. It was unbelievable to see the traffic, and a lot to talk about. I think it'll take an hour or just a bit. It's still a little bit early, maybe a half hour or so, and just get caught up on things. The first thing I want to talk about is the RV today. I finally had a chance. It is cold as hell here. I mean, I know other people are going to be like, Rosie, you pussy. You don't even know what cold is, right? But cold to us is when you get up and it's 30 degrees. And that's cold, okay? That's cold to us. It's catastrophic. I got up this morning, all the roofs of the buildings were heavily frosted, and that didn't go away till about 10:45, 11 o'clock this morning. And I thought, I got to lay on the freaking ground and screw around with this propane tank. And I'll tell you, the boss used to tell me, you know what, the boss used to say the heat is in the tools, right? Well, the heat wasn't much in the tools. You know, in other words, if you're working outside, and you're a blue-collar worker, whatever, the harder you work, you know, you get going, you get that blood circulating, and, well, the heat is in the tools, which is bullshit. I can tell you from right here. Hey, Bo. Well, it happens, Bo. You know, one of the things that is sad on here, hi, Wild Trash, Wild Man, is the way some vets and disabled people are disrespected on here. But it's all for the attention of it, so stuff happens. But I got out there and I changed out that old valve, and it's a really ungainly looking assembly that came out of there compared to what went in. And then the fun and games began when I went to get filled up with propane. The first place I go to, you know, the guy's scrambling around. They can't find the adapter for the RVs to fill up the RVs, right? And I lay a 5-spot on the guy for just trying, you know, but they're like running around like chickens. Hi, Rose Claire. Hello, Mallory. They're running around like chickens with their heads cut off, trying to find this adapter that goes on the end for RVs. So finally I said, you know, bro, it's going to be really cold tonight without any propane. And he got on his phone, and it's going good, Bo. I got on the phone, and he got on the phone, and he found right around the corner was another place. And I got in line with my RV. There was a Tioga there, and there was another guy filling up his propane. I was third in line. When I get up for the guy to fill the propane, he's like, where's the tank? I said, it's underneath of the rig down there. You know, you have to get down on the ground. It's like, oh, man, you know, I'm supposed to do that. And I'm supposed to fill up that down there, you know. And I said, all right, I said, just give me just give me the fucking hose. I'll go down and do it myself. So I went down there and screwed on the adapter down there. And I said, did that look really hard? So you let a 58-year-old do that for you, you 22-year-old prick. Thank you, Rose Claire. So I got that filled up. No leaks, no problems at all. Put in 6 gallons. I got back, started the stove, started the heater on the rig. And I've been mucking around with the fridge and all that stuff. So a video will be coming up on that tomorrow. It's kind of fun. Hi, Anna. Nice to see you. Got your message today. Thank you, honey. You are very, very sweet. And Merry Christmas to you. So it really sucked to be laying on the ground and doing that, but at least progress was made. I didn't waste any more time. So I'm going to test the fridge and see if it works any better on gas than it does on electric. because on electric, as you guys know, it's going all the way up and just freezing everything in the refrigerators, making it one big ice box in there, which kind of sucks. So maybe it'll regulate itself better on when it's running on gas. So overnight, I'm running it on propane out there, the refrigerator. So we'll see what happens. Not that I think it's going to need much energy, as cold as it is out there
just set whatever outside in the
yeah, Bo says, well, I wouldn't stand for Jed being put down, but anyways, how's it going? Well, stuff happens, you know, right? Rob says, Rosie, is that my dude, Elvis's boyfriend? Which one? We got so many of them out there. Hi, Brooke. Nice to see you. The Christmas countdown is on. Amber says, Rosie's cold. Why are you wearing next to nothing? I got my little, this is more than I usually wear around here, right? It's not bad. It's nice. I'm going to put the fireplace on here. We'll get a little heat pumping out of that bad baby too, so it's okay. Oh, well. R.P. McMurphy says, sad news today. Henry Heimlich, developer of the Heimlich maneuver, died today at 96. Personally, I became very choked up when I heard the news. That's funny as hell. I don't know who you're talking about there, Rob. You have to be more specific. Rosie, is that dude, Mr. Y? Oh, yeah, Mr. Y. Is he Elvis's boyfriend? I'm not sure what the status is there, Rob. I tried to tell everybody when I went on the trip. I tried to convey it when the other person was having the hangout and everything, that there's somebody else that you guys don't know about. And you're going to be eating crow by the end of the week. And lo and behold, there's Mr. Y makes the scene, you know, and it's like first thing he does is dip into his wallet, and Bobby almost passes out because, what did you say, Bobby, the first time somebody bought you around. Very generous guy, very nice guy, cultured guy, really and a successful guy.
Yeah, that's kind of guy.
And really a nice guy, and made a really good impression on us. Now they did a lot of stuff themselves on the trip.
Yeah.
You know, especially you know, we went to the club one night, and I didn't go anywhere. We didn't do really that much with him. Thank you, Jasmine. Nice to see you, honey. I'm not sure salutations. You really have to ask. You really have to ask him. I'm not sure what they did, you know, but I know what we did. And it was the best trip we've had, I think, so far.
Yeah, very good trip.
So far, meeting Rory, and that club was so off the hook. Which brings me to the videos. I've now put up number 9 will be coming up tomorrow, and then there'll be number 10, and that's it. So give me some credit. I mean, when I used to go up on a trip, I'd put up 30 sections of a video, so I have much more heavily edited content with music and stuff like that. So I've really gotten good feedback. Bobby, you had a chance to see one of them tonight and stuff in the club. So I'm very happy about the way that the videos turned out. There's a lot of funny ones, you know, RV shopping with $1.78 in your pocket, and tomorrow you're going to get a real laugh out of the one tomorrow. So it came out really good. You know, I'm not gonna ever try to be a nomadic fanatic. And I didn't go to the video school. Hi, Henry. Nice to see you. We got your car in the mail today. Thank you, Henry. I'm never going to be a nomadic fanatic or one of these big time. Hi, Oz. Hello from St. Croix. I'd like to murder you. She's down in the islands there.
Where it's 80 degrees.
Oh, man. But I'm never going to be one of those big time videographers that studied all that stuff. But, you know, it turned out pretty darn good. I'm going to be retiring in 6 months, Bo. 6 months. Let's see. R.P. McMurphy says, will Mr. Z bring us to the end of the alphabet of Marshall's bows, or do we see Mr. A, Mr. B? I don't know. You know, yeah, I've done. I'm closing in on between the two channels over 6,000 videos on YouTube. I don't think any trans woman's ever uploaded as many videos as I have on YouTube. Not that that means squat, but I'm just saying you can't do it if you don't love it.
That's right.
Yeah, you can't sustain that kind of.
4 years.
4 years. This January 3rd will be 4 years. So I think the videos turned out great. Just having that little GoPro was amazing. Yeah, 6,000. So what does Mr. Y do for a living? You know, I never asked Mr. Y what he did for a living. You know, there's something about having a man of mystery kind of maintained, because sometimes he would show up and it would just show up and you know, you turn around and there's Mr. Y, and you turn around to ask him a question, and where the hell did he go? You know, he's gone. Him and Elvis have taken off. So RP says, I heard somewhere the Assyrian alphabet has over 3,000 letters. Great. It could be, you know, for that. But the videography is what I enjoyed doing on that. I think that the videos really came out. I think it's the best set of travel videos I've done yet. They're very compact. It comes out to 10 of them. Yes, one of them's 42 minutes long, but there's a lot of people in this community that like to see RVs when you go and look at RVs. So I looked inside of a few RVs and got, especially some of the big A's, the Dolphin, the Allegro, and a few other ones. Let's see, David DeRoche says, RP McMurphy, I guess that's for RP. Are you friends with the guy that everyone hates, Syrian God? I don't know. RP will answer that. RP says, Henry, you are looking chipper today. So that's a nice thing. So, yeah, so that turned out really good. You know, I have this high freedom. Oh yeah, there's Janice. Hi, Janice. Been enjoying your life there so far. Joshua says, hey Rosie, how's the RV and Miss Jen and Bobby and yourself? We are really doing good, and it's really nice to see you, Joshua, as usual. Oz says, you're all either saints or fools for putting up with Marshall. I'll go for saints. Bobby says sometimes we're fools.
Yeah. We're 70-30.
Yeah, we're kind of split on that sometimes on that. But, you know, I'll say this. He has a chance to turn the corner, you know, because obviously you know, the donations aren't going to be coming in like they used to come in. So you got to retool your life in the way that you're going to survive. And I've tried to tell Marshall before, you cannot bash people and then turn around the next day and ask them to support you. I mean, it's like that ain't going to fly on YouTube. So, you know, at the end of the day, we can't escape the imperative to get out there and work. Let's see. Salutation says he still goes on his chat every night and rants and raves about the Beta Boys. There's no changing for him. Well, I don't. You know, that stuff, that WWF stuff. I don't care about that stuff. When you single people out, that's cringe videos. Right there is the best way that I can describe that. So, but I don't want anybody to put a spin on it like I tried to change Elvis this trip. I didn't do a damn thing except enjoy my time with Bobby and Jen and the time that we were with Mr. Y and Marshall. There was no thought about that kind of stuff. It's a waste. So Freedom Lifestyle, my friend Janice says, I loved your videos for Toys for Todd. Thought it was sweet when Bobby defended your On After Club and dragged you away from the Cowboys. Yeah, I needed you there, Janice. I needed you there. Because they sure as hell wouldn't have looked at me if hey Ron, you would have been the eye candy on that run, Janice. You know, let's keep it real, honey. I mean, I got one set of attributes, right? Yeah, Bo, I don't have any problem with you. I don't have any problem with most of the people. It's just when the facts were presented and when the facts came out about the reality of the trip, the people that had invested in the other storyline, that it was Rosie supporting and enabling and all that stuff, even when confronted with the reality of the situation, they still tried to hold that ridiculous ground and you know, pretend that what happened didn't really happen, and it was the way that they like we recruited somebody to play a part or something. You know, that would be the next derivative. So yeah, Freedom Lifestyle says we would have made that $10 for sure. You would have probably made 100. You probably would have thrown me 10. And Oz says that I don't understand how you can enjoy him. I'd have him by the neck trying to flush him down the toilet. Well, stay tuned. Bobby tried to do that on the last night. Yeah, no, Bobby, you know, that's the way Bobby is. We're in that club, and this guy just comes over with this group of cowboys, and they just ringed around me, and the guy pulled $10 out of 2 5s out of his wallet. And Bobby, before I even knew what happened, Bobby's like, "Oh, hell no," and drags me right out of the club. The one thing that Bobby has in spades is courage. Bobby doesn't care about who it is, how big they are, or anything like that. Even if he thought he'd get the shit mauled out of him, and at least when he's recovering in the hospital, he would have his dignity and think, you know what, I stood up, that's it. So RP says Marshall's more of a midnight cowboy, I suspect. Yeah, did Bobby really slap Elvis upside the head? A couple times, you know, just to try to straighten some sense into that boy. I mean, here we are, guys. We're looking at $150,000 RVs, and if you see me sitting in the car, I have them positioned, a sales lady who was very nice, wasn't she?
Real nice.
Positioned behind talking to Marshall, and you can see him as all this stuff. And I'm over talking, you know, what's really going on. Christ, if they pulled his FICO score, or the finance manager, the hair would stand on it. We would be kicked out of that place so damn fast. Yeah, Bobby's a very scrappy guy. Bobby's a very scrappy guy, and if he sees something come down, he's not going to sit there and assess the situation. Gee, if I jump in now, I might get my ass kicked by 5 rodeo guys. You know, he leaves the rodeo guys like their mouths are like this. You know, where'd that come from? So, hey, there's Paul. That's what I'm saying. Paul's like, if that old man who owns a wagon wheel or the sales managers won a lot, they never would have let Elvis step foot on the property. Trust me. That's all I could you know, Paul, you know how guilty my mind is. You guys all prey on that. You guys live for that. Right? You know, oh, you know, Rosie will go back and be friends with that person. Rosie and Brian will be pals again soon because Rosie will just move on and all that kind of stuff. So they count on that. So I had that guilt going for me, right? And I'm not even Jewish, right? I'm a Catholic girl, right? I'm not even Jewish. And I was in that lot, and I told Bobby, you know, I feel compelled to reach into my pocket and pull out $50 and give it for this woman for the time that she invested in that. So Paul and Tribe Called Cookies, that's Wagon Wheel's new location. They moved from across the street. Yeah, did you see the Sahara RV? What a fucking tweaker. What a tweaker place that was. What a fucking tweaker place that was. Yeah, they called us at a moment when there was nobody around with a half hour to closing. Joey says, Rosie, who do you like better, Mr. Y or Mr. X? They're really different people. Mr. X was reserved and quiet, but very nice guy, and Mr. Y was a lot more of an outgoing,
engaging.
Exactly.
Funny.
Sure the hell can't dance. That's right. That video of the RVs is out. Tomorrow, you guys are going to shit yourself when you see the title of tomorrow's
RV.
Paul says that nobody goes to Sahara RV besides tours. Yeah, it's like Tweaker Nation down there, you know. And it was like the dean of RVs down there, our sales guy, right? And I just told Dean what I was going to do, Dan. I just said I'm going to go look at some rigs, and he's like, and I adjusted my top, and I'm going to go look at some rigs. And he said, "You go help yourself, sweetie. And if you need anything, here's my card." He gave me that nice little wink. Let's see, which video are you talking about? I don't know. There's a lot of them out there. We got some more coming. Yeah, I'd love to see anything of yours you would like to show me, Anna Alexis. I agree. Hi, Gerald. Nice to see you, sweetie. Yeah, Paul said you could have gotten Elvis a hooker down there after 6 p.m. by RV. Oh, if you see Bobby kept one eye, like he was always looking over his shoulder down there. To me, I felt like I was right back in the hood in Baltimore with the chain link fence and all that stuff. They'd have the used car lots, and you couldn't leave a lot open at night. You had to pull the chain link all around the whole damn thing. So, Joey Baloney, how are you doing? Hi, Maxine. But that's the kind of humor that we had down there. So, the big surprise I got was I didn't like the Sprinters. I didn't. The only one I liked was the Leisure Travel, the Canadian one. It was nice and roomy inside, but they squeeze too much crap into the Mercedes-Benz. They're just too tight. It's almost like being in a space capsule. It's just too damn tight. So I didn't like that. So it was a good chance to look at some Class Bs over there. And I don't know if you guys saw the Road Trek. The 210 is really nice. Carl had the 190, I think. Camper van car.
Was really nice.
210 was really nice, you know.
But not
210 was really nice. Yeah, it's you know, you're gonna put down 120, but that rig's very durable. You know, that can go a couple 100,000 miles. That one. So that was the fun of the trip on that. I hope you enjoy the videos. A lot of people have been checking them out. Yeah, I got people pissed off. I got people making comments and stuff like that. And by and large, I've left most of the comments up there, unless they're digging on Jan or something like that, or you know, Bobby's too much of a gentleman. For me, I don't really give a rat's ass about. You know, I got thin about a 1 inch thick. So yeah, Joey says I like coach houses. Yeah, they're nice too. Let's see. Yeah, so Gerald's at a new location. So that's the videos of the trip, and I think that was real good. Hello, Marcel, man. Yeah, exactly. Marcel says, Gerald, do you think it's smart to threaten Elvis on video? I don't think it is. Yours was a comment I could not post, Gerald, because of the, you know, that I just, you know, I can get flagged and all that kind of, I just, you know, God damn, it's Christmas time. It's like I said last night when I was making that lemon pie. And I got really ripped last night on that hangout. And, you know, but it's Christmas time. Oh, ginger. I'm sorry, ginger. I said ginger. It's Christmas time. I'm not going to have any hate in my heart. Thank you, Lance. Yeah, the tree turned out nice. My yellow balance on the cam is a little off tonight. So,
how much that tree cost?
This tree was $40.
Wow.
Wasn't bad. It's like a 7-foot tree. Hi, Anti-Conformism. Nice to see you. And I got some lights. This was the first year we put up a tree that I actually felt like I had time to do a little decorating. I know you guys will find that hard to believe with all the shit that I do around here. The latest being the propane deal today. But can you imagine when you go to fill up propane, Bobby, and this 22-year-old kid is too fucking lazy to get down there and screw on the fill thing onto the pipe. And I just sat there. I just stood there and I just eyeballed the guy for about 10 seconds. I'm like this.
Changing.
And just shaming the guy. You know, so I said, here, let a 58-year-old get down on the ground and do that for you. You know, don't dirty your clothes. You know, I don't want that. So, oh yeah, that's right. Janice says, Freedom Lifestyle says, I thought another great part was you and Bobby's reaction when Elvis was changing in the valet, the Bellagio. I mean, you got to understand, and I know, Janice, you know the Bellagio, and most people know the Bellagio, right? It's a really nice hotel.
Yeah, yeah, top.
You know, you feel like you got to tip the valet like $20 to get your car. I mean, it's yeah, and a female, right? So, and I turn around after we got out of the car and Bobby helped get Jen into the wheelchair. I turn around to Marshall and he's got his fucking shirt off, standing next to the car in the in the valet. And I was so shocked I couldn't turn the camera on for about 25 seconds. And, you know, I'm looking around and it was like one of those things, if you guys remember the commercial for when E.F. Hutton talks, people listen. And all of a sudden, everybody just came to a standstill. And I mean, these are people that are multi-millionaires, right? Parking their Mercedes and their Bentleys and stuff. And they're just looking at, they just looked at it like the circus rolled into town. And the valet's like, let's move it along. Oh, that's nice, Lance. Is that a hi-fi console? This is a 1960 Motorola 21-tube stereo console with 3 channels in it. I look like I'm selling with my big tits hanging out here, but this has a left channel, it has a right channel, and it has a dedicated 3rd channel on here, which is just bass, which makes it the only 3-channel stereo console ever produced. And this unit is considered the finest stereo console ever produced. And it was the cabinet was made by Drexel Furniture in 1960. And if you know Drexel, they're really top of the line furniture.
Well,
North Carolina, down in High Point, North Carolina.
Back in those days, everything was made by hand.
Yeah. Hi, Jack. Happy Merry Christmas to you, Jack, to you and yours. So Jack says, was Mr. Y and Elvis playing hide the pickle in the gay club? You know, I don't know. They kind of did their own thing. And we did ours. So yeah, it's a really nice unit, Lance. You can see the videos where I picked it up with my Vietnamese friend. We put it in the back of his truck, and it was a mess. The guy had blown it out on his amplifier, on his electric guitar. He had fed in that, and he'd blown out the amplifier and stuff. So I had to rebuild it and fix the amplifier. You can see all the hangouts where all that work was done on that. I have a playlist just dedicated to that unit. Somewhere within the 4,653 videos on the channel. Yeah, so the assumption was that you know, Rosie was reaching into her pocket, and honest to goodness, except for that one winning I gave him when I put that 20 in 163 bucks. That was it. You know, that was the extent of.
We gave Elvis no money. We bought dinner, but we gave.
Yeah,
no
I think Mr.
cash.
Y was Filipino. Yeah, but, absolutely perfect and classy gentleman. Hi, TR. Nice to see you.
Yeah, he was a good guy.
He was a really nice gentleman, and I just kind of hated to see him get caught up in that. Although he never really did, just kind of caught up in some of the mayhem. Let's see, Marcel's, I heard Zia say he and Rafi were going to a swingers club at the end of your Piranha. But I think they went the next night to a club. Hi, Warren, nice to see you. Like I say, the amount of time, it looks magnified because of videos, but the amount of time we spent with Elvis was not that, not really that much time. Mr. Y and the Big E spent a lot of time together. So no problem, Tyler, no problem. So yeah, so I'm about ready to crack my first beer. And thank you to those of you who were on last night's Teeny Weeny Bikini Baking with the Lemon Pie edition. And for those of you who were offended, my heartiest apologies, and forgive me for the Christmas season, because I really got tooted up at the on that. So there's Veronica. Hi, Veronica. And Veronica is my favorite tit on here, TIT, not only because she does green screen videos where nobody even looks at what's on the green screen because her shirt's open and, well, they're looking at other things on there. She says, is Mr. Y going to buy Elvis a wide body? I don't know. It's a good question.
I don't think so.
And it says Elvis already has one, huh? Thank you, TR. Yeah, I know. It was hilarious. Thank you, TR. You're always welcome to stop. I don't know how many people, a lot of people were busy tonight. I don't think a lot of people are going to be on paneling tonight. So we'll just see what happens on there. You guys all think alike on there with the with the wide body. I think tomorrow's going to be the wildest. It was his birthday, so yeah. We're going to meet any of these new girls, Gerald, on this thing. Warren said, "Did he come up with the name Mr. Y when he had his legs spread?" Oh my, Warren, aren't we just the little dirty birdie tonight? The wider body is Vegas fixing. Rory was a lot of fun, and you know, it was nice to see Kat pop in last night too. Glamorous Life came in for a little bit. A lot of fun. Too fat for classy. Joseph, you're fine, baby doll. You know, I didn't see half the shit that was posted last night because I was in the bag. So happy. Says Rosie, I heard Amanda and Francis were selling sandwiches on the back page. I don't know. Like I said, I started so late last night, just went right onto my hangout. Somebody said that Francis spent the night at Brian's office up there, so good on them. I mean, it's Christmas time, so because I don't bear any ill will to anybody.
It's probably what, 20 degrees outside.
Merry Christmas to you, Jan. Nice to see you. Janice Adams here. That's fine. Yeah, just grab me one on the way. And Merry Christmas to you and Bruce. Janice. Yeah, my eyes were swimming last night, Anna. You know, Friday nights are for getting tooted up, aren't they? You know, come on, guys. Be right back. I love this time of year out here, but we're really not used to the cold. Rob says, I like when Rosie is toasted. And Rosie likes when you see her toasted on a hangout, Rob. So let me see the avatar pic. Let me see what... That's good. It seemed to be the week of the the week of the tooth. No, I didn't take her crap salutations. Yeah, wild man. That's right. Tyler says, man, these women UFC fighters are badass. They are. Do you want to fight Ronda Rousey? Huh? I don't. Joseph, I know that, honey. You're not, you know, Joseph, you couldn't offend me if you tried, baby doll. Like I say, every day I wake up in the morning and I put your picture right down close to my heart. Here, let's see. They were comparing bad teeth on the hangout last night. Did you all see? Marshall's got a rotten tooth too? I don't know. That's why I was looking at my own. Yeah. I know my eyes are too big and my mouth is too big for my face. So, yeah, they should have. You know, they should have compared teeth with RV Lady. I agree. Hi, Maxine. Nice to see you, sweetie. You look hot these days. I just have not had a chance to comment, but Jen and I just ripped through a ton of your videos today. -1 degrees and snow on the ground. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, my nose is also too long too. I don't think, do I have a really long nose? Luckily, most people don't look at my nose when I'm. Hi, good neighbors. Nice to see you. Yeah, I didn't think God's got cavity. I know, Joey Baloney. I was looking at the X-ray, and I turned to Jen and I said, "Does it look like there's a hairball up on Marshall's X-ray on in his X-ray?" Gerald says, "Rose, when are you going to take the little rascal on a trip down Highway 101? That'll make a great adventure." It's going to come soon. It might come next week, and it's going to be the coldest week of the year. Maybe this Tuesday, to go out and enjoy boondocking and freeze my ass off and everything else out there. I got the propane in now, and just got to see if I have a fridge. So. Yeah, I know. I can't wait to meet Gerald and draw him to my ample bosom and give him the love that he hasn't had on that. Thanks, Tyler. I'm gonna be shooting for San Francisco, which is either going to be really cool or it's going to be a total disaster down there. It's going to be because that New York, you might as well just boondock in Manhattan, on the island of Manhattan. We're talking about really, really difficult to do that. So yeah, make him play with your wood, Maxine. Yeah, he's a sweetheart. You know, I mean, how can anybody be mad? Gerald gets that Irish going, and he gets all fired up. You know, what girl's not turned on by that? Make him scream. Yeah, he'll pay you extra for the ample bosom. That's funny. Anyway, then after tomorrow, his birthday video, because it was his 35th birthday, and yeah, maybe down at the Mission Bay neighborhood. Yeah, that video is coming up, and then we have the getaway video for coming home. So Wildman says, I noticed when I plug my RV into shore power, I'm only able to access my furnace, and I have no propane. I thought they only operate on propane. I think your furnace should only operate on propane. I don't have a two-way furnace with electric coils in it. So, Veronica, what does that mean? YouTube took away half my views. What does that mean? Yeah, girls like to see your veins pop out. That's right, Warren. Yeah, down by UCSF and Kaiser down there, exactly. White Trash says, and toothless. Look at White Trash's avatar. It's the cutest thing out there. Salutation says, Rosie, do you think Elvis is really 35? He looks 10 years older than that. I think he's 35.
When you hear him talk, you think he's 15.
Yeah, I think it's hard living in R&B. I don't know how people full time in an RV. It's physically demanding.
It's a rough life.
Especially Class B. We're talking about probably, what, Bobby, 30 square feet of usable space in Class B. And your whole life is confined with that 30 square feet, and it's difficult. You know, Gerald says, I shouldn't say this, but there's only one person I extremely hate in this world. That would be Elvis, Marshall, or Syrian bullshit, whatever you want to call him. You know, you got to free your heart from that for the holidays, Gerald. You just gotta hit the dump button on that kind of stuff, and that's my best suggestion. I don't know, Veronica. Congratulations on 100 subs, though. You do really nice stuff. I love to look at your stuff. I can't wait for your next green screen video. Joey Baloney says, I could never live in a Class B, maybe a Class A, but never Class B. Yeah, I think Class B, if you're small. Hi, Deb the RN. Deb the RN says, hi, sweet Rosie. Okay, thanks, dear. I had a sex dream last night. Woke up involved in a passion kissing, not sure with who, but it would bet it was due to last night's hangout. You know, the cool thing about Deb the RN's like, you know, Rosie, you've kind of grown on me with your barely there coverage bikinis and all that kind of stuff. It's all in the heart, guys. It's all in the heart. Like Warren said, hate will consume you. Twinkie the kid said, Rosie is even picking up Elvis's dirty habits. I think she's been wearing a tacky elf outfit on 5 to 6 hangouts this week. Probably smells like urine too. Bobby, you want to sniff and see? What do you think? Do I smell? Smell like
smells like roses.
There we go.
Eat your heart out.
I think it smells pretty good. And plus, it's Christmas time, so this is seasonally appropriate. I could put on the silver micro bikini, right? So let's see. Gerald said, yes, he's worth it because when I cross paths with him in a lifetime, it's going to be on. I don't care who likes it or don't like it. I'll show you what this little beaver can do. You got to get rid of that. You got to get rid of that hate. You just got to let it go. Salutation says, Coach, you're 4 feet 9 inches tall and 140 pounds of flab. I hate to say it, but you're the one guy Elvis could beat the shit out of. So.
Oh, God.
Yeah, good neighbor says your heart is right between the small triangles you wear. That's it. Yeah. Evidently, Jack, that's been what's out there. I mean, that's the reality of actually what did happen. So, okay, I know your blood's boiling, Gerald. I just need you to calm down. You got to let that stuff go. Warren says that outfit has been hard on me. About shooting my tongue off this week. Maxine said, Elvis is such a generous sweetheart. Don't be mean to him. Yep. Joey says, yep, Jack, yeah, he beat that good. Yep, the milkman always rings twice. Yeah. I mean, there ain't no way I'm ever touching that. I mean, being friendly acquaintances and stuff like that, that's one thing, but doing it dirty with, no. And if you guys want to see some nice video production values too, check out that Jan and Bruce Adams Van Adventures. She's put up a whole, she's been putting stuff up for a year solid on stuff. Well, if you guys want, we can have a costume change later on tonight. So triple wrapping ain't enough, right? Exactly. So Gerald says, Maxine, what have you been smoking tonight? Elvis is a con artist and a liar. End of story. But Gerald, it's the time of year we have to thaw out our hearts and just move forward. It's like Smooth said, you still will have that urge to do that. You have to let that go. Thank you, Warren. Sorry, we got 2 beers working down here. I just had Bobby's Bud. So you'll get some lipstick now, Bobby. Yeah, I got your message about your chats, good neighbor. Unfortunately, they're 4 o'clock in the morning a.m. my time, and I do get up early, but I'm usually out of here by about 5:30 a.m. Marcel says, I think the kitchen in my Class A is bigger than the kitchen in your home, Maxine. Yeah, Janice says, every day, Rosie, videos are scheduled out to February right now. And there's some really cool stuff on that, too. Linda, nice to see you. Put on 3 outfits, Rosie, then take one off every so often to make the crowd happy. Or make the crowd throw shit at their screen in there. Yeah, Jack says, Jerry, let Elvis milk you for Christmas, buddy. Get into the holiday spirit. There you go. Yeah, actually, that would probably taste pretty good. Maxine says, I was grilling ribeyes in -1 degree temperature. Maybe my brain is frozen, but a good steak on a really cold day, you know, in a warm house would be kind of a nice thing. Anyway, it's great to see you, Linda Francine, always my good pal. One of the smartest people I've ever encountered on YouTube. Oh, thank you, Linda says, been watching the Vegas videos and loving them. Yeah, I think I kind of stepped up my game a little bit by trying to get away from Elvis's posting 30, 40 videos, but actually trying to do some editing to get them down to 10 videos for the trip. And it's kind of worked out. What really helps, guys, is having this new Dell Inspiron, the 17.3, that has made stuff so fast. Janice Metcalf says, I had a porterhouse steak. Honey, there's no way you could eat a porterhouse. She's a tiny little slip of the thing. Can you see her eating that porterhouse? I mean, my goodness. Yeah, good ribeyes are worth a little brain freeze. That's my favorite steak. In case they ever ask you on Cash Cabby one day when I'm in the big time of YouTube, bottom of YouTube, and they ask you, what's Rosie O'Kelly's favorite cut of beef? You say the ribeye. Gerald, we all come around. It's the bottom of YouTube. You got to keep the game going. You got to keep the game going. Okay, Janice says, I divided it into 1/2 for lunch and 1/2 for dinner. Yeah, I would, Jan, but my hangout will get dinged. If I play the Andy Williams, they'll just cut my hangout right in the middle of it, and that'll be it. So, and I'll get a strike on that. Yeah, Bobby, send Bobby to the patio and have him fire up the grill. I think Jen's going to be out there tomorrow firing up the grill. Wow, Maxine said, oh, they were good, about 2 1/4 pounds each. Wow. We're fat and happy now. Ribeyes my favorite too. The flavor of the ribeyes is amazing. Yeah, I saw your comment, and hello to Mike Johnson. Like your RV shopping Elvis with Elvis was entertaining. Elvis FICO score of 104. Which basically means, hi Charlie, Merry Christmas to you and Fran, which basically means the FICO score of 100 is that the finance guy takes your wrist and feels if you have a pulse or not. Now you've hit the 100 level right there. So yeah, Gerald, where's your compassion? It is Christmas. Have a heart, you know, pay your Christmas taxes. White Trash says, be right back. Going to get my 10th Mountain Dew of the day and eat some beefaroni. There we go. I'm doing good, Darkness Angel. Nice to see you. Yeah, if you're still alive, there's still a hope. Yeah, if your FICO score is the same as your body temperature, that's right. And I just kept thinking to myself, I'd love to be a fly on the wall when they went to, if Marshall had said, you know, I really want to buy this. And the lady be like, great, let's go inside and sit down and we'll start on the paperwork, the preliminaries, right? You got your ID, what's your social security number? And I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go check on something. And she goes to the finance manager, and she's like, hee, hee, hee. I have one of these rich Middle Eastern guys. It's one of the mALUF brothers, and they're going to buy one of the Chinooks, one of the big Mercedes, 140 fucking thousand, and a 5% commission, $7,000 for me for the holidays. And that's great. That's great. Let's go ahead and put that down. Let's go ahead and enter that in. You know, it's just routine. You know, it's one of the mALUFs or something. The credit's like, hey, okay, right. And then the sheet comes up. Son of a bitch. Look at this. And the finance manager's hair just fucking stands on it and says, you know what? You got 5 minutes to get that off of this lot here. I'm calling the police and having them put into observational custody for 40 Gerald said, Rosie, you must be on some illegal narcotics because I'll never pay him no taxes. Texas is going to get me. Texas is going to get from me is rolling around in the Walmart parking lot with the blood flying. Gerald, you got to let that stuff go, brother. You're just gonna get yourself all worked up. You know, you're gonna get yourself all fucking worked up and stuff. It's not worth it. That's what I say, Mike. But I will say this thing. Yeah. Rob says Elvis had $1.98 to put down on that class. Veronica's like, yeah. They're like, you haven't worked since the real Elvis was alive. Salutation says, hey, Rosie, can you text Elvis and ask if he's going to do a hangout? I'm sure he'll stop by here tonight. If you guys want, he can have a link. It's Christmas time. But if there's misbehaving, it's out the door. So that's it. Yep. Amber says hi, Bobby, to you. So there's Bobby.
Amber.
Yeah, ignore and just move on. Hi, Bob Davis. Yep, just wipe my butt and flush the toilet. Hey, well, you know what? Consider the taxes have been paid. There. Oh, wait, he'll show up on the side chat. He'll show up on the side chat, I'm sure. Now, I can't find my, hi, Brooke. Nice to see you, sweetie. I can't find my fucking audio splitter, so Bobby and I can both be in headphones. I don't know where the little bastard is. It's around here somewhere. That way we could plug 2 headphones in. So what I'm going to do, if anybody comes on the panel, is just keep the volume real low on the TV so there won't be any feedback on it. Darkness Angel said, hi, Bobby.
Hello, Darkness. 1991.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, Gerald, this time of year, oh, Jen just found the splitter. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to, if somebody comes on, I'm going to have to turn off the computer for a couple minutes and then turn it back on because this thing can't seem to recognize on that. I haven't set up my new computer for Hangouts yet. Yeah, Warren says, the king says you're riding his coattails to fame, Warren. No, I don't have any hiccups yet. You'll know when I have hiccups, good neighbors, my breasts will be heaving here. Doesn't it, Linda? You get it. Linda, you got it. That's exactly what it is. This is Christmas 1965. This is exactly what it's supposed to emulate. And when I get rid of this crappy furniture that doesn't fit over here, this stuff, I'm going to have some of the nice Danish modern stuff. And that's going to be really, really cool. All right, get a little bit of that fireplace in there. Oh, thank you, Bob. Always nice to see you, Bob Davis. Oh, he'll be around. Gets up at the crack of 6 p.m. or something, so he'll be around.
6 p.m.
at the crack of noon. So we shall see. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, and isn't it kind of like, it really is kind of like a Norman Rockwell painting, except the elf with the big tits. I feel like I'm doing a World War II USO poster for the boys, right? Yeah, I know, Linda. I'm getting so tired of this. I bought furniture that was way out of scale for this room, so I want to scale it back to some real sleek, because we don't use the furniture that much in there. So I'd rather have something that feels like shit when you sit on it but looks good than something that's real comfortable but looks like shit. So good neighbor said Rockwell is my favorite artist. That's nice. I think Rockwell just had a feel-good factor to his, you know, he captured sort of the spirit of what was going on at that particular moment. Yeah, that's the real Janice. That's her. Yep. I'm honored tonight that she's here. That's all right. It's nice to put that, nice to get that tree up. Nice to see you too, Peanut Gallery. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I just got to keep Gerald cooled down. I'm just afraid Gerald's going to do something and get himself in a world of trouble. And I don't want to see anybody go to jail or have any problems. Yeah, good neighbor says his less known pieces he could sketch and draw like a photograph. That's cool. Yeah, Jack says I like trolling him. That's as far as my entertainment goes. And let me say this, Jack, you're a damn fine troll too. I want to tell you guys, in his heyday, top 5. Right? I mean, he was on the MVP, the All-Star list, the World Series pickup list. He was good. Salutation says, Gerald won't do a damn thing. Maxine says, less furniture leaves more room to room out the plastic for a Crisco party. I like the way Maxine is coming around. You know, I'm rubbing off on you, Maxine. Yeah, it's like Veronica said. It's like it's just YouTube. There's nothing to fight about that, Gerald. Coach says, Rosie, I might go to jail, but let me tell you something. I'll get out of jail. It'll be worth going to jail. There's nobody who wants to fight. Everybody wants to run their mouth. I don't fight. They just like to get a rise out of you, Gerald. You know, that's all. You know, I mean, what the heck? Yeah, Joey Baloney says, if you go to jail, can he have your van? It's like Mike Johnson said, chill out. It just seems kind of shrill right now. You know, it's just out of touch. Everybody's so mellow in here for the season. And, you know, just chilling out. Hello, Happy Meal. Nice to see you. I'm waiting for your next Guns and Trannies hangout. Always a good combination. Happy Meal likes to. Bobby's a boyfriend of mine. My boyfriend for many years. Jen's my girlfriend. So I won't give up Bobby in my life. He's always been a fixture in my life, and he'll always be a fixture in my life. Period. So. I'm that kind of person. I can't ever break up. I just have a collection of it. So what? Bring on the men. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna break up some buds and have a Christmas smoke. There you go, Amber. That's it. Yeah, Veronica has a good point. What if Elvis ends up kicking your ass? You'll forever be known as the guy that's ass was kicked by Elvis. Best not to chance it. Bobby, how do you think that would go over on the bottom of YouTube?
Yeah, you know, how would you show back up, Gerald?
Yeah. Yeah, Bobby had a badass streak when it comes to, he's so used to, years of pulling me out of club.
Oh, yeah.
he's so experienced on that.
I have a system.
As a system. Now the system is just grab and go. Salutation said, would you ever consider adding Elvis to that collection? No, you know, just a friendly acquaintance would be it for me. Yeah, that's it. Jack says, Jerry, get your Red Bulls, Subway, and a hooker and chill out, brother. Jack, you're right on top of your game again. It's like you never left, you know. Let's see. Happy says, Rosie, I thought Bobby was only your boyfriend on Saturdays and Thursday nights too. So we share around here.
And on trips.
And on trips.
You did see in Vegas.
Yep.
Right?
Now I've got a ton of people writing and saying Bobby paid for it. Bobby paid for the cat. Bobby paid for me. We have a hi Teddy. We have a good division of how we pay for stuff. I take care of the airfare and the hotels for us three. And Bobby covers the meals. I also take care of the ground transportation. If we need a cab or something like that, Bobby covers it. He covers. We only really have one meal a day. We had Denny's, the $4 breakfast.
Yeah, and the entertainment.
Yeah, and the entertainment, yes, and the club. So that kind of
it works out. It's a balance.
Yeah, it works out. It balances out. I would never ask Bobby to do all that. I love, but Bobby works too hard for his money. So I know Anna says, Rosie, in all honesty, you're lucky to have someone to have your back in those places. Yeah, sometimes it's been a little scary in those places, and I've had to look around a little bit, and there's Bobby right there. Some of my worst have come with women in dressers backing me into a corner and stuff.
The kid and his girlfriend.
Yeah, the kid and his girlfriend, or girls trying to maul me in the restroom and stuff like that. Yes, I'm just asking you, Gerald, in the spirit of the season, just to let that go.
Sure.
You know, maybe you could panel up with Elvis tonight if he comes on, and you guys could kind of talk it out. I'm not laughing and giggling, Gerald. I'm being serious. You know. Yeah, good neighbor said it's good to have somebody who watches people for safety. And Joe Kane's our sweetheart down in Australia there, one of my
hi, mate.
Another one of my collection down there from the continents. Just a beautiful person, wonderful. He sent that the blue hanging that separates the front of the behind the driver's seat, so you have some privacy in the back that I put to hang over there. Nice. Yeah, it's really beautiful person, beautiful letter he wrote Jen and I. Your card's in the mail. And anybody else, we probably have 5 cards that we still have left that we could send out on Monday. So if you still want one, just message me. So yeah, Joey says Elvis and Gerald on a panel. I may have to stay up late to watch tonight. There you go. Let's just bury the hatchet. Whenever you want. Anytime anybody wants a link, just let me know. And if I know you, you get a link. So, and if the Hangout goes down, which it might, because it's been, you know, somebody got on last time and booted everybody out, including me, I just start another Hangout. So, Gerald's channel name is Coach 90, I think 9590. Yep, your Maxine, your card is in the mail. All right, Amber, let me go ahead and send you the link here. Better copy it first, huh? One beer in my, it's so cold, my nose is already red. Jeez.
Well, you go outside, it's freezing, you come in.
I'm not going outside tonight, I can guarantee you that. Okay, Amber, I'm going to put this into your messages there. And I will be right back. I don't know how to get Gerald's. I think I have. Your same Gmail should work. Let me just take care of Maxine too. Just give me a second. I'm not watching the screen here. I'm just going to send out a few links here. And please don't share the link with anybody. Let me be the one, if you don't mind, just to pass out the links. So let's see if I can get Gerald. This is all such a pain in the ass. Try sending that to 9590 to see if that works. Sorry. Hi, Amber.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm going to turn my volume down so I'm not feedback. Let me just do this. There we go. Give me a sound check, would you?
Wait, I'm really not.
Okay. Am I okay? Am I getting any feedback or anything?
Dang.
Turn that up a little bit. Okay. Let's see if I can get the Maxine's.
Okay.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine. How are you, Rosie?
Good. As soon as I get a few drinks under my belt, there's for Maxine. And anybody, can you see the side chat, Amber? Is anybody else asking for a link?
No. So I wanted to ask you, I watched your Vegas video. So how much does it cost for it to get bottle service? Do you don't have to get the vodka. Could you get it rum?
I think it was like $280.
Whoa.
Well, you got to figure it this way. Those, let me send this to those drinks are $10 a pop anyway. So do the math. If you have 5 people and they're drinking, you know, like 2 drinks an hour, and you're there 5 or 6 hours, it's actually more economical just to get the bottle service with the mixers.
Yeah, the mixers. They give you the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
They give you 3 separate other virgin drinks to mix with. It looked like they each were different flavors.
Maybe a strawberry. I mean, I'm not into that. You know me. I'm into whiskey and just a hard banging drink.
Yeah.
And they brought the vodka was vanilla flavored Absolute vodka, and I love vanilla, but I don't want vanilla flavor in a drink that I'm drinking. And then you're supposed to mix that with a strawberry, like a Kool-Aid, and then they had some kind of lemon thing, and then some kind of other thing. So
yeah, that's obviously looking at the video. Yeah,
I couldn't get really down with that whole do that. Hi, IA, nice to see you. Yeah, good neighbor says I like sipping those fireballs. So Amber, remind me again when you're taking off for
we're leaving on the 20th of January, so I think it's like tomorrow is just about 1 month until we go. And
okay.
I still don't have all the hotels, but I do have all the flights. And it looks like Mr. Y, he's Filipino, and I'm going to the Philippines. I see him on here. I gotta see what part of the Philippines he's from.
Yeah, he was a nice guy, eh?
Yeah. He was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, he was a good guy. You'll see him a little more tomorrow. He was one that was kind of, we were getting a laugh when Elvis was doing shopping for $150,000 rigs and stuff. So, Gerald, I tried to send you a link, so we'll see if that works for you. Hello, Jeremy. Nice to see you.
We have to sign up a month in advance to have Wi-Fi on the the jetliner to go overseas. I don't know why you have to do all that, but they said that you have to do it a month in advance for that.
I can't believe it. Debbie, RN, I sent you a link later if you want to come on. I can't believe that you have to do that a month and a half in Asia these days.
A month. They have to wait a month until.
Why can't you go into who is your carrier?
T-Mobile.
See, I'm T-Mobile too. Why can't you? I think they probably have T-Mobile shop. Can't you go in there and just get a local SIM card and get some upload ability? Maybe $50 equivalent for like 3 or 4 gigabytes of GBs of data you could mess with.
When I'm abroad? Yeah, they do have that.
You pay $10
in
for the
Asia.
SIM card, and they just tether it to your phone there.
I talked to my carrier, and they said it's 20 cents a minute to call anywhere in the world, or just use WhatsApp and be on Wi-Fi calling. And I can just use my data, and it's just the same.
Well, they have a. I'm sure they have.
Mike, that would be funny.
I'm sure they have Starbucks and stuff over there. They probably have free Wi-Fi. You would think. I know Mike Johnson. If Elvis had asked to test drive one of the 150,000 rigs, I would have had to intervene, and I would have just had to say, I can't let you do this thing. You know, I can't let you do it.
I test drove a $200,000 rig. I didn't like it at all. It's pretty scary and bulky. You get worried about all that. The trees, you know, when you're driving down the road, some low trees will, oh my God, dent it up. And
exactly. Hi, Maxine. Welcome to you. Maxine's like that sweet neighbor that entertains all the neighbors with all the shenanigans there. Her property out there with a -1 degree and the snow. I can just imagine being your neighbor across the street. They must have the curtains in a permanently open position just to see what you're doing in your yard and stuff.
And wait till you see all the videos I did today out there.
I can't wait. We love your videos. We love sitting there and just watching. We don't comment on every one, but we watch every fucking video. Our favorites are always the pizza delivery.
Well, you'll have to check out the one I did thanking Elvis for the Christmas gift.
Okay, that's the one you did in your kitchen?
It's in the kitchen here, yeah. It's basically thanking him for the $354 Christmas gift.
Yeah, I saw the thumbnail and I saw it. I saw it about 10 minutes before I started up, so we'll catch that at breakfast tomorrow. We'll spool that up and have a go at that. So
yeah,
we just love your style, that in your face, and here I am, and I enjoy what I'm doing, baby.
And I was out back there at the grill, and here it was -1. I was cooking up those ribeyes, and it's like, you know, I bought a couple of those shop lights from Harbor Freight so I could have enough light this time of year to film in the backyard. Because otherwise the camera doesn't see me, so.
Yeah, the Harbor Freight ones work pretty good. You can just adjust the white balance if you know, on whatever you're taking the video with. But yeah, you do some good funny stuff, Maxine. But you would really cook it. There really is a 2 3/4 pound ribeye.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, like I say, when you see the video, you'll know where they came from because I cut them off the end.
All right. I'm not feedbacking. Is everything okay?
You're fine.
Okay, good. Sometimes I tend to be feedbacking on here, so.
No, how cold it was today. We had a high of 2 degrees, and it snowed until like 1:15 this afternoon. So what do you do when it's snowing? You go outside and shoot videos. You know, that's why. Hey, the nice short little skirt here, and you know.
Yeah, you look good. You got some kind of.
Got the bow in the back. And, yeah.
You got some kind of legs, but man.
I was even out there. Got a video I'll post where I was doing a snow angel, just like this.
I agree with the Norman. Winter just sucks. I can't stand winter. I endure it. Actually, the time between Thanksgiving and Christmas, I love this time. It's really my favorite time of year. It's just this little window of joy between those 2 days. But after New Year's, I get depressed because I got to wait a couple months till it warms up. IA says, Rosie, tell us about all the snow and ice where you.
Hey, I was
told you, you know, I'm the biggest pussy on YouTube. You know, I'm a California girl. It goes below 50 degrees and we're dying out here. We are just dying. Yeah, Maxine's got the cute. You got, what is that? A clip you have in, Maxine?
It's actually a bow that I glued a clip on so I could clip it in there.
Nice, nice.
Yeah. I thought it was a nice touch, you know.
Yes, Gerald still in here. I think he got the. I'm not sure if he got the link or not. So, what will you cook anything special for Christmas, Maxine?
When you see the video of Elvis's gift.
Okay. Okay, I got you. Hello.
Thank you,
hello,
Elvis.
Just let me know if you want me to link you out there. We're trying to stay warm here at 71 degrees.
Oh, okay. No, I have had it, and I'm actually sweating here because it's probably like 88 degrees in here.
Wow. And you're down in your basement, aren't you?
No, I don't. It's a single level house, but
okay.
I've been throwing wood in the fireplace all day to where the house is smoking, and it's like -2, -3 outside now.
All right, no problem, Nicole. Just putting it out there if you change your mind. But I'll tell you what, Maxine, that heating with wood, that's all you use, correct?
Yeah, well, we keep the furnace set pretty cold, and the trick is to beat it from coming on. Because Kim pays the utility bill, so I do everything I can to keep it down. And we get so much heat with wood.
Yeah. Yep. How about you, Amber? Do you have any Christmas traditions or anything?
Well, we did when I lived closer to my family, but on Christmas we go to Tim's family, and they have one of them has a condo right down here on the water in Oceanside. So that's where we've been asked to go to. So that's what we're going to do. And we have a few Christmas things out. We have a wreath on our door, and we have a few Christmas, you know, but we don't buy a Christmas tree. There's just Tim and I mean, we just, you know, like take trips so frequently. I mean, that's what we do. My mom asked me, says, what are you going to buy for Tim? And what is Tim going to buy for me? And I said, well, we're going to buy each other the world because we're going to leave in a month to go around the world. I says, I think I'd rather have that than.
Yeah, that's, man, I'm very envious of that. You know,
I've been working on my video and my videos and the page, and then we're getting it together. And I had a song. And it was a NCS song, which is no copyrights song, and it had a link to another page that looked similar, but had the same song, but just a little tiny bit of vocals in it. Now, I put that on a page, and then I thought about it, and I started reading everything. But it wasn't the exact song. It wasn't all the exact words as the original song. I think that they were remixing in. And that's why I don't know if I'm going to get into trouble get a strike under no copyright infringement. So I switched it to something I was real sure to, and went back and did it. And I probably lost a couple of subscribers, but I got to do it right, and I don't want to get a strike.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, things have changed a little bit in the YouTube world as far as music is concerned. I mean, 4 years ago when we were uploading, if you were detected that you were using somebody else's music, you just automatically got a strike, and that was it. So if you would be, I'd be like Fredericks of Hollywood's Changing Room or something like that, doing a video, and I'm picking up, you know, Kanye West's songs, and you know, I have to worry that I'm going to get a strike, and I've never gotten a copyright strike in 6,000 videos that I've uploaded. Nowadays, they just have that content match, which means if they pick up the detect the music, which they do in some of the videos that I make, it just says, heads up, your content is matched, and the artist, just to let you know, the artist will be getting the monetization on the video. That's fine. I think it's fair if you have a 50-50 split, especially if the music was in the background or something like that. It was an accidental capture. My feeling is, hey, you ruined my video with your music. You know?
Yeah, inconvenienced, you know.
Yeah, you wrecked my video. You should be paying me, you know, for appearing on my video. So maybe one day they'll 50-50 it. Nicole says, Audionautics and Bensound are good free. Yes, they are. And betterwithmusic.com is another good site. So I use a lot of Bensound. I use Better With Music, Audionautics.
Yeah, Dr. Suicide
and also that's correct. And Linda's correct too. You can use copyrighted music all you want. You're just not going to monetize it. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If I just don't monetize that one,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah. So I just feel like for me, once in a while, you have to give one up and just put the music into it and let that artist, because that's what might. Like when I did my legs video, when I'm walking out back in my silver heels and silver bikini, and I had legs from ZZ Top on there. Well, I'm not going to, you know, that's the perfect song to play when you're doing that. So,
well,
just give it up.
You're adding the links though to sell their products underneath. Like, you know, I think that's what's the that's part of the deal. You have to put links to their products underneath.
Yeah, I do. I don't mind giving people credit, especially if you've seen the Las Vegas vids. I've used a lot of Bensound music in there, and I've used some Anthony, what I don't know his name is, McLeod or something.
Yeah, not completely ripping it off. I mean, following, I thought that was not ripping it off.
We got the Honey Badger. Hello, Honey Badger. Hello. We got the boss here. Yeah, I think what might actually happen fast, Bite, is if you can't get that tooth filled quick, there might be a gap tooth.
Hey, Rosie, did you see where YouTube booted Kim Jong-un's YouTube channel?
Good. I'm glad.
He had a channel there and was basically posting news on it. And because it was monetized, it was a conflict of interest, and YouTube shut him down.
That's kind of funny. It'll probably take him a week to figure out what the hell it all means. You know, what happened to his channel? That's funny as hell. So
I saw that on the news and about fell off my chair laughing.
That's funny as hell. You know, I used to subscribe because I had actually, I don't even know how they came on. I had some North Korean guy on my channel a few years ago.
Oh yeah.
And, I started getting curious about watching North Korean videos about life in North Korea and touring and tours.
I do that.
Yeah, and I was looking at that because I'd really like to go, because I'm used to well, in 1990 when I went to China, it was much more, you know, now it's like a Wild West. Nobody gives a fuck about anything you do over there. But back then, you know, you had government agents that would shadow you wherever you went. I'm kind of used to that. So I think it might be kind of cool to try to arrange a trip to North Korea and do a little YouTube videoing there.
Yeah.
So, unless they get a hold of me and then I become a party girl for the boss over there for life or something, and then that's it. Yep. So, all right, I will be right back.
Can I talk to Bobby?
No, I don't know. Korean is like is different. It has its own alphabet. I'll be right back.
How are you, Bobby?
I'm good. How you doing?
Fine.
We missed you in Vegas.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. We couldn't do that and go 7 weeks into Asia. That's what that. I mean, I can't do everything. I mean, and
You had fun with us at the club.
yeah, I would have. I looked at that video and I would have said, "There's a spot right there for me next for me and Tim. Right there, there was a spot."
Absolutely.
I can't do everything. I mean, we canceled everything from Halloween all the way up. I mean, all of our vacations, everything, to save for this vacation because it's pretty expensive to be able to do this for 7 weeks. It's really ridiculous. So much. We're going to do a lot of hostel, and I watch all these hostel videos of people that go around the world and they meet a lot of interesting people. And I thought, well, you know what? Let's do that too at one point and try that into different different areas that we travel. It sounds a lot of fun, especially the island of Quran. I didn't know that there were so many like $15, $20 a night hotels. I mean, right there on the water. I mean, they're really hard up for money down there.
Oh yeah, I would imagine, especially American money.
Yeah,
but that's
really,
that's a good way to make the trip affordable. Affordable,
yeah, and see more places. That's what's happened here. I mean, the first 2 weeks of it, I mean, I've got it like moderately, like $35 a night, just average, not high class in it. I mean, but that's high class there. $30 a night in a hotel is big time.
Yeah. So you pay that trip in advance? You pay the money in advance?
Well, I had to pay it in pieces. I mean, there's I paid for it a good amount of it with poker money that I've been playing and getting from. I could transfer Bitcoin into hotels.com gift cards and then apply those to hotels, and that's helped a great deal. The airlines I had to buy. It cost us $1,600 for both tickets, and that's 8 different flights. That's to go for each person. That's for 2. That's for 2 people. $1,800, 8 different flights.
That's $1,800 for all 8.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
that's for both of us. So it's like $800 a piece, and we're going to Thailand. We're going to go to Pattaya. We're going to go to Philippines. We're going to Quran. We're going to Angela City.
Are you going to Kuala Lumpur?
No.
Or Singapore?
No. Okay. That's no. Like I think you said something in one of your recent videos. It's really clean there, and they're kind of really picky. I think the only reason why people really run down there is for visa runs. It looks like. I mean, what I'm seeing. But we can't stay in one place anyways because of our visas, and we'll be out there for longer than the duration of most visas. So we have to start country hopping anyway. So.
Yeah, that's cool. Let me get Tara. I'm getting to the Facebook. So. I got to go through all this sign-in bullshit. Wait a minute. I hate Facebook.
I told Tim too, and that I said Rosie's really upset we didn't go, Tim, and I said there's nothing we could do about it. I was telling Bobby because I'll tell you, and you'll know this.
What am I upset about?
As when I booked it from January 21st to the 7th of February. Well, anyways, when I looked at it, it wasn't to the 7th of February. It was to the 7th of March. I didn't see because I got such a low price on it. I just jumped on it. I said $400 to fly around the world. I said I'll do that, and that was just to Thailand for 2 weeks. And so I just bought it. I didn't take a look. So we were just thinking next year we'll go for longer, but anyway, since it was already in place, we said, well, looks like next year's going to be this year. So it's already been done. So that's why we can't go to Las Vegas. We can't go to Las Vegas and go up there for seven weeks.
Yeah, we would have loved to have seen you in Vegas, but that was cool. It was still okay because you would have loved us. You would have really enjoyed the club.
it's really, really cold at that time of the year, and it puts a different spin on Vegas. It's normally so hot, or so, you know, loose clothes, and it really gets cold there at this time of the year, and it gets ice cold.
Yeah, I kind of like it though, Amber, because the hotels are all decorated and they all, you know, it's comfortable. I can't say we ever really felt cold down there. Not like around here right now. It's just all. I mean, I'm a big baby, but apologies to the side chat. I was off sending Tara a link here, so.
So it was already my mistake, and I didn't want to back out of it. Tim already said that he knew that I made that, you know, that from the 7th of February to the 7th of March.
Well, I envy you going around. Drop a bitch a postcard once in a while.
I'll come see you on the hangar. I can get it. I can get a text. Doesn't cost. They said that's just
yeah. Just let me know what's going on. So Tara, I went ahead and sent the link to your Facebook. So Dave was in the Navy. RP McMurphy says, why does Dave know so much about Thailand? Hong Kong, everywhere. He was in the United States Navy as an electrician first mate.
Tara.
He knows all those places. Hey, Tara.
Hi, Rosie. Hi, Bobby. Hi, Amber. Hi, Maxine.
Hello, Tara.
Amber was Navy too. So, yeah, most places in Asia are like that. Dave Dickey said, Thailand, you only pay for the weight of the gold, not the artwork. It's like that in Hong Kong too. They just weigh it by the gram there.
Gold?
Mm-hmm. Gold, that's the way they sell it. They just fabricate it into, you'll have lions and Buddhas and all that kind of stuff. So I know I still owe you a shot. I know, Nicole. I'm going to break out the, probably going to take a night off from the Four Roses. I ate that pretty hard last night.
Did you really? Oh my God.
Yeah, I was doing Four Roses with beer chasers.
Hey, we were drinking vodka in Vegas at the club.
Which, the vanilla vodka. So not my favorite flavor to have flavored drinks when I.
Doesn't RuPaul though have absolute vodka always in hers or his?
I think that's probably why they have it there for that.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, RP says Thailand can rearrange the plumbing pretty cheap and efficiently, I hear. You'd have to ask Amber about that. So. Amber had her plumbing redone in Thailand.
For $1,200? I don't think so.
You're not going to do it for $1,200, or you just get a poking hole. That's it.
That's not a functional pussy, I don't think.
Yeah,
no way I could have landed my husband if I didn't have a functioning pussy.
There we go.
First one or the second one.
Paul says, I like my ladies with. They're like M&M's in the yellow pack or the brown pack, you know, with nuts and without. So Tara, how are you doing?
Well, I had to work 12 hours, but that's cool. I'm glad. But I wanted to say my favorite Filipino food is pusit adobo. Do all of you know what that is?
Yeah, I do, of course.
Don't have a clue.
Yeah, that's my favorite. My ex-wife was a Filipina.
What are you in the shower? Go ahead. Yeah, we don't need. I don't think we're gonna be using the bed.
If I do, I'll go outside in the back.
If I do, I'll just pee in the kitchen. I'm not going outside to the shine shack. You know? I'm not stepping outside of this house into 48-degree weather. I can guarantee that. Maxine's like, holy shit. You know?
Hey, Maxine, did you like the video of the polar bears with the Coca-Cola up there?
Yeah, she commented on that. Yeah, I mean, Coca-Cola was front and center.
Yeah.
on that whole display with the train going through and all kinds of stuff. And who do you think we thought of as soon as we saw the Coca-Cola on there? Yeah. And I didn't have one.
Coca-Cola probably donated a lot of that to them.
Oh yeah, I did not have one Pepsi the whole trip. You'll be proud of me. Not one Pepsi Cola.
But you're wearing a Pepsi Blue Christmas outfit. What's
yeah, that's right. I mean, let's figure it this way. Maxine would never come on a hangout again if she saw a Pepsi container here on the table. Yeah, get your piss bottle, Rosie. That's what Nicole says. Yeah. Do you know how to do a blueberry or strawberry yum yum, Rosie? No, I don't, Anna. We can do that in the future. I think I'm going to do one last like seasonal thing for Christmas, like maybe black and white cookies or something like that. I mean, they're a Jewish thing at the delis in New York, but they're really fantastically tasty, and they're really a cool cookie. And I've made them before on the other channel, but it's been years, so.
Hey Rosie, are you going to have a hangout next Saturday, which is Christmas Eve?
No, I'm going to be with my girls on Christmas Eve.
Oh yeah.
This year on Christmas Eve, and I'll probably do one on Christmas Day. Later in the evening or something. So maybe swing it around to a Sunday one.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be able to spend some time with them, and they're so busy. So it's like one of the few times we get to get together that they come into town.
What? No Christmas hangout? Oh, I'm so sad.
Well, it'll probably be on Christmas Day because luckily I'm off the whole week between this coming Friday and I'm off till like the 2nd of January. So
yeah, me too, Rosie.
Yep. So we're gonna have some good time. Now, Tara, you texted me with some really big news. Do you want to announce it, or should I keep it under wraps for 8 more days or whatever?
Well, it's okay. I bought a 44 Magnum yesterday morning, so I'll have it in 10 days, and I'll show it on the Hangout around that time. Cost me $930 before tax.
Now we know why. Now we know why Tara's been racking up all this $1 million.
Yeah, that's one reason. One reason is this is the time they really need me at work, but another reason was to buy that gun.
Yeah, let's see. Rob says, Rosie, Elvis got the bad credit, no problem, deal with the RV center. No, it's no problem. 240 payments, 240 months at 45% interest, and you can drive this baby off the lot tomorrow. What do you think? Here's a pen. You got your sister, maybe she'll co-sign for you. Yeah, Tara wanted to step up from the 357 to the 44, so go for it. You know, I mean, it's like she's more of a woman than I am to handle that 44, so do it. Well, it says Rosie gives each of her daughters $15,000 for Christmas. Close. Hello, insane one.
It's gonna take a pretty good Christmas stocking to hold that 44, Tara.
I know.
It's over 3 pounds.
Wow. Nice.
It's so awesome.
Yeah, now Tara can shoot through 6 walls now. She can give Jeff Rowe a run for his money.
You know, Jeff T. Rowe is the main reason I bought the 357.
Are you going to hold the 357, or did you trade it in, or what's your plan?
I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold it and just keep it for a long time, because I'll probably never get what I paid for it, so I'll just keep it.
Well, you know, Matt, Guns, Gears, and Politics says guns always go up in value. So, you know, you're holding an investment. So.
Yeah, it's worth $650. I paid $550, so I'll just keep it for maybe forever.
Yeah, I'm not going to You know, I've been looking at this Rock Island, but I'd still keep the. I'm looking at a revolver. I'm thinking of going back to a 38 because I always feel like I'm pretty effective with a 38, and I've always liked the feel of a revolver.
Yeah, the 38, I guess, is what the police used to use. And if you have, what do you call it? If you have the bad boy bullets, you know, you could do a lot of damage. So
yeah, I wouldn't want to be catching 38 slugs down the street. I wouldn't want to be catching 38 slugs. That'll put you down. That'll put you down. Honey Badger says 44 Magnum. That did it. I'm getting a bazooka. There we go.
Yeah, hollow point bullets is very effective, and they make them for the 38 too.
Yeah, just don't let them catch in California with hollow points.
I think they're legal, aren't they, Rosie?
I'm not sure. I mean, I get mixed reviews.
Yeah, I bought them. I bought several boxes in San Diego.
I'm gonna ask Jen. Jen stays very on top of ammunition comings and goings, and of course, California now we have registering for ammunition when you purchase ammunition. So
Yeah, Tara, start buying that 357 Magnum ammo.
yeah, Mike Johnson said you can bust an engine block with a 44 mag. Yeah, if you get one of the super grain loads on that thing, I have no doubt about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure hollow point's illegal because I bought 2 boxes already.
Oh, okay, then you're all good to go. Okay. I just don't know if it's legal in a concealed carry situation to have hollow point or not. I'm not sure. There's something Jen will tell me. She knows.
Tara, you sure you don't want to buy a whole pallet of them for the gun?
If I can afford it, I might.
Yeah, so when all those rich assholes in your neighborhood go crazy when the shit hits the fan, you'll be all ready, Tara. Tara lives in like one of the richest fucking places in America. And when the shit hits the fan and the ladies can't get into Saks Fifth Avenue to pick up their dresses from alterations, Tara's going to be ready when they go storming from Orange Beach, from Orange County, and start coming south, pissed off down into San Diego County there. Let's see, Linda says, I've heard from a couple of police officers that the 9mm won't drop away human the way a 38 can. I don't know myself, though, never having shot a human. I just feel like a 38-9, not much a hell of a lot of difference between that load anyway. So.
Well, like that 45 I've got, that P97 Ruger, used to be the same one all the police used back up until like after 9/11.
Yeah, well, we all know a 45 will bring down anything provided you have accuracy with it. If I had to make a choice of the round I at least want to be hit with, I'm going to choose a 45. Boss says hollow points are old school.
Yeah, they're making some very exotic, crazy, dangerous ammo now, and I guess it's for the special forces or something.
Yeah, I guess that stuff will be trickling down to the shelves and things. But
yeah, little tiny pieces of razor blades. You know, it's some really crazy stuff.
Wow, man. Like a hollow point's not enough, right? Rip an 8-inch hole through your back after you've been shot through the front. Now we're going to put some razor blades in there just for additional shits and giggles. Mike Johnson said rhino bullets, and R.P. McMurphy said, "'Tis the season to be packing heat. La 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 la. Merry Christmas, asshole." I've come to collect my presents under your tree. Go ahead, help yourself. Merry Christmas.
Jared, TR Prepper would be so proud of you.
Oh, he's very proud of her already. That she's done something I could never do. Step up to I've shot 44s before, and I just can't handle them. Just can't, size-wise, I just can't handle. My frame just can't handle a 44 mag.
Well, it depends on the gun and the way it's made. Because that Ruger 45 has got a lot less kick than my 38 revolver.
Yeah,
I don't know how they would engineer that.
It's heavy, Rosie. It's a very heavy gun.
Oh,
The
I knew it's
Ruger
a
Red
heavy
Hawk.
gun, but it was always
Very well balanced gun, yeah.
It was always a heavy gun. It was never a light gun. No.
I think that Clint Eastwood. I think the Clint Eastwood number 29 is a lot lighter than the Ruger Red Hawk.
Well, Tara, I think we need to all chip in and buy you a Smith & Wesson 500 for Christmas.
You know, Maxine, that gun looks kind of silly. It's like too big. It looks like a hairdryer. It's so big.
Yeah, but if somebody pulled it out at you, it'd be awful intimidating.
Yeah, I think they went overboard with the 500. It looks kind of funny.
When I first saw it, it's like, I love it. You know, it's so huge.
Yeah, it's just
Totally impractical.
Wielding that kind of piece. So I figure just have a smaller caliber and be very effective with the use of it. I mean, if I can't stop you with a 15-round magazine and a 9mm Beretta, I ought to just give you the gun, you know, and just say, wait.
Yeah, well, for home defense, you might as well use a shotgun, you know.
Yeah. But I can't wield a 12 gauge. I have to get a 20 gauge.
Yeah, that's cool.
I love those solid copper Sabbath slugs for the 12 gauge. They'll put a hole through 2 pieces of 1/4-inch steel plate, 4 feet apart, big enough to put a golf ball through them.
Yeah, well, if I'm carrying a 12 gauge, I got to carry it like Granny Clamp it down at my side, you know, and shoot from the side. That's the only thing I'd be able to do.
Have you ever heard of the 8-gauge shotgun?
No.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even want to think, what is that, an elephant gun, buffalo gun or something?
I don't know, but when I lived in Arkansas, some people had the 8-gauge, and I always wondered what it would feel like to shoot that.
Probably break your shoulder.
Yeah, it's too much. You kidding?
The 30-06 had so much recoil it knocked me down onto the ground.
Well, just firing the 12 gauge in Vegas with Elvis and Vegas Vixen's husband. I mean, that's just wrecked up my shoulder for a couple months.
I get it.
Hello, Janet. Nice to see you.
Yeah, I got a nice 30-06, Tara. Maybe we need to do shooting one day. Let you try it. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I've shot one before, and I like it. It's just that you got to be prepared and know how to shoot it. Otherwise, you're going to fall onto the ground.
Yep.
So, Tara, explain some of the ranges, not to dox yourself out, but how nice are they down there? Because, you know, ours is a real POS because it has no competition. So they just put up their shitty frame 2x4 target things out there, and the 25 yard and 50 yard and 100 and 200 yard. But what about your
there's 3 indoor ranges.
You have your choice of ranges down there?
Yeah, I think San Diego has a great choice of ranges, and they're all indoor, and one of them's pretty new, and that place is so nice inside. It makes you want to buy a gun and go there. And that was where I was going to take you and Missy Jen, but we just didn't have the time.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean,
yeah. The building itself makes you want to go and shoot.
You know, this one where, you know, where we go, you've seen it before. It's just outdoor, and it makes you want to just sign your gun over and just turn it in.
Yeah.
You got the range master from hell out there, the former Navy guy, who's just screaming at the top of his lungs at everybody. It's like insane.
You and Missy Jen will really enjoy this indoor range that I know about.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. It's a good area. It's nice that you got a choice of places that you can go and shooting. I wish we had that. We do have a place in San Rafael, but that's 40 miles south of here. So I don't really feel like driving 40 miles, and that's got a Nazi range master too. Some woman I heard that just boots people on sight and shit. So.
Hey, Rosie, I got a picture for you here. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, let me put you on present. Wait a minute, Maxie.
You'll love this.
Let me see.
See if I can get it over there. Now, if you can read it, it's a liquor store with a gun shop next door.
Wow.
So, in other words, you can get your liquor and step right next door and buy your gun.
Yeah, dude, did you send that to Teresa?
Well, this is right out here in Falcon. The liquor store is one of my stores.
That's
I
right
saw
up
that
to
the other day and had to get a picture of it.
Yeah, that's right up to Teresa's alley there for
Yeah.
drinking and fucking around with guns on a hangout. What a great combination. Let's talk off the ledge now. Whoa, just calm down there. Calm down. Tara, are you going to go anywhere or do anything while you're off? You got your off time?
You know, I think you and Missy Jen know me to the point to where you kind of realize I'm kind of a loner. I like to be alone and just be in my own little world. But I will go see my mom, and that's probably all I'm going to do.
Okay, that's cool. Nothing wrong with that, you know.
And like I said,
Tara loves peace and quiet. She could never live in the hood up here. She'd go out of her mind with car alarms going off at 3 a.m. and motorcycle gangs coming down the alley. Banks getting knocked over and cars turning upside down on the street and all that. She'd be like, I am the hell out of here.
Or the next street over, somebody was sitting in their car and some car pulled up and just shot the guy in the head.
Yeah, it's probably a drug deal or something in the hood.
well, like I told you, I work with so many people, and it's very personal. I'm talking personally in people's faces, and you're talking about 80 different people a day. So when I get home, I don't want to see anybody or talk to anybody.
I hear you, Tara. I hear you. All right.
I'm back. I had to go get a refill. My glass
Okay.
was empty.
Nicole says, before I carried, I held keys in my clenched fist. That was pretty good. Yeah, I almost got keyed one time, and it's ended up slashing my forearm there. Some dickhead in 1985 in a club in Baltimore went on a rampage. Yes, I know you've pulled. You've also started up your motorcycle at 5 a.m. here on New Year's New Year's Day.
On your way home.
Yep.
Freezing cold.
And as the boss will tell you, I didn't even offer a cup of coffee or any breakfast here.
Rosie didn't get up at 4:30 in the morning
Oh
when the boss was leaving.
hell! Oh hell!
Bad Rosie.
Are you kidding me? You know, once I'm down for the night, that's it. I'm not doing shit. And he did a New Year's Eve at like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
10 or 11 o'clock at night, he says, you know what, I'm coming up now. And he gets on this fucking motorcycle. And it's like the coldest day. When it, Bobby, was like 30 degrees or something. And the cops were following and all kinds of stuff.
Taking turns following them on the radio.
He got here and he was a block of ice. He was a block of ice.
The other morning it was 12 degrees and I ran into a couple of motorcycle cops at one of my stores. It was so funny because their hands and their feet were frozen and they were busting on each other over it.
It's gotta be miserable to be mounted up on a bicycle. I mean, a motorcycle for when out there when it's that cold. It's got to be miserable.
I couldn't believe they were riding in those temperatures, but it was supposed to get up to like 53 or something, and they said that's what they were counting on. It was going to warm up.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised they'd still send him out on a bike when it's say
Yeah, they
below
that
30.
cold. I mean, they don't do it in California.
It's actually their option. They can take a cruiser or they can take the bike. It's up to them.
Okay.
And these two guys just thought it'd be more fun on the bike. And when it's that cold, the people speeding don't expect to see a motorcycle. So, perfect way to catch them.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. For sure. Let's see. White Trash says the UK is not a free country unless you're a Muslim. I think that might be changing some of the stuff that's coming down over there post-Brexit.
Hey, maybe we should try to hook Elvis up with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, why don't we have a GoFundMe to send Elvis to North Korea for a visit? Let him Stalin profile in the Pyongyang walking around. Let him Stalin profile walking around Pyongyang, looking at the statues of the great Kim Jong-il and all that. Wouldn't he look good in front of that?
He is so overweight in those videos, Rosie. Really, people are giving him too much wherever. He just so living high in my. He's at least 2.5 of me. 2 of me.
No, but I will say this: the ladies would come up to him and stuff, and hang on him and get pictures taken, and it's unreal
until the point comes when the bill comes, and then he hands it to one of these chicks, or what? Yeah.
Mama Camus didn't raise no fools, Take that bill and just pass it along right there. The funniest part of the video on our cab ride, the cab ride was great, but when Elvis popped in the front seat, Bobby's in the back at 6 feet 3 inches tall, scrunched up in the back of the cab, and there's Elvis all stretched out cozy up front.
He was so fat, though. That's the best for you guys. I know that Bobby may be tall, but Elvis is a big wide load. There's no way he could have fit back there with you and Vixen. No way.
Hey, that's true. You know what? Elvis has an ass that any black woman would be proud of.
Well, at least with Elvis around, if Rosie needs to hide, she can just stand in his shadow.
He doesn't even look like he cares about his health. He's surely not starving. Why are people sending him anything when he's doing way better than 90%?
Yeah, actually, I've never seen Bobby drink a soda ever. Bobby doesn't drink soda. Bobby's a beer drinker. Bye, Joe.
I drink alcohol.
I still say the funniest thing in Vegas was his selfie stick, that heavy-ass camera on the end of it. It looked like a bent fishing pole when he would use that thing, and you'd see the other people walk down the street, and they would look like, what the fuck is that?
Hey, I love the little clip there where he's doing this selfie, and the redneck reaches in behind him and tells him he's #1.
And then I put the camera in the redneck's face and shocked him when he turned around. So that was funny as hell. Twinkie says, so Bobby has just confirmed that he's seen Elvis's cock. Interesting. I guess Bobby still participates in the Vegas orgies too. Good for him. How did he get that? Did just confirm that he saw Elvis's cock?
Well, Twink, is that wishful thinking? You were there?
Yeah. How did you get that out?
Oh, come on now. Bobby saw it on Backpage.
I didn't even know what Backpage was until I asked Rosie what is Backpage.
I never really knew what Backpage
me
was
and computers are not actually going steady right now.
Well, when you look at his Backpage ad, you got to really get creative to tell it's a person and not a bear.
Yeah, I just don't know about I don't know about that, Twinkie. I don't know how you I don't know where that came from, outer space, that one. So
maybe Amanda showed him a picture. No.
I don't know. You know.
I couldn't resist. If she's listening, no offense there. Just
That's
having
one.
fun.
Oh, you bet. Betty's listening out there. But I'll tell you what. That's one pleasure I'm glad I never had was being involved with any of that.
Oh, the uncut girth? What?
Anyway, it was good. It was good trip, and I can't wait to post the last of the videos and be on to some other stuff for Christmas and all that now. So.
I still like Sticker's video there where they show Elvis eating and he keeps cutting away to the pig eating at the trot.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
something I ran into. Did you know that lovemaza.in has all of your videos, my videos, basically anything from YouTube on there is a free download?
who does?
Lovemaza.in. It's
Yeah.
out of India. And
Yeah,
after
there's a lot of there's a lot of my shit's uploaded on a lot of different sites, but some people are kind enough to ask, and I've never turned anybody down to use any of my video material and stuff. Like Veronica here just wrote me and said, I want to use some of your video footage, hope you don't mind. I'm like, it's cool, you can use any of my you can use
I was surprised when I saw all my videos on there, and I checked for Elvis, I checked for you, and they're all on there.
yeah, it's
And
like
that's where I started putting the tag for the MaxineCD.com on there, because hey, at least I want credit for my video.
absolutely. So
Yeah, but just so you know, they pull them all off of YouTube and post them over there, and it's all a free download. So if anybody wants to download.
yeah, exactly. And the thing is, the ones that get pirated the worst of mine are actually the stereo, the audio repair videos I do. I've had lots of people upload them as their own, and
Well, see, I don't know how you
I
just
should have a watermark. I should have a watermark for my videos, and I just have never done that. So.
see, I don't know how people just pull it off of YouTube unless you've got some software for it.
Yeah, you just strip it. You strip it. It's in the browser. That's how I do it. It's real easy.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so easy that you can't tell the difference between right and wrong. That's where you got to get into this copyright stuff and be real careful, because it's just so simple.
Yeah, Nicole says just add your name like I do, watermark like she said.
Yeah,
That's when I started putting the tag on.
I got to do it to my own. Yeah. That's what a lot of people do. They put a link or they put their ID on it. And they're like to an external website to maybe for a hotel booking or something, or maybe to like somebody's items that they're selling.
Actually, some of our food reviews have now ended up on some bigger food review agglomerators that put things together, reviews for cities and like that. There was I've got a few things that some local chambers of commerce have been nice enough. Like we went to some towns like Healdsburg, and they said, "Can we use your? Can we link your video?" And there's a new site that came out that every town that you want to visit now, they have links to YouTube videos, and they'll contact you. They say, "We liked your video that you did around walking around like Healdsburg. Is it okay if we add it to our site?" So instead of looking at a map with just the city, all of a sudden little pop-ups will show up next to the city, and there's different things that you can watch. Day trip, like we do day tripping and Healdsburg. And it's really kind of a cool thing to do, to build a map based on YouTube videos. So you can kind of get a pre-flavor of what it's all about before you go visit. I thought that was pretty cool.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I can't remember what the hell the name of it is, but it's always nice when people ask, because I don't generally refuse that stuff. So
Yeah, because if they ask, I don't mind, but with them going ahead and just offering it out free download, you don't get credit for it or anything.
Yeah, you at least got to do the credits though. That's one thing you always do. You have to.
Yeah, that's why I'm very careful when I use music or something, even free music. I always credit and do the composer.
But being there in India, it's like, okay, there's absolutely nothing we could do about it. So I figured I'll just put my tag in there, because at MaxineCD.com, all it does is forward them to my YouTube channel.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeremy, I'm going to spank you. That's right. Jeremy says Rosie's going to spank us. You bet. Mike Johnson says this will be the last Christmas for waffles and fried chicken in the White House. Don't know. I don't even know. What do you think Donald Trump's dinners would look like up there? Do you think he's a real fancy eater?
He looks like a steak eater.
Yeah, he looks regal. He's gonna want everything on that caliber. I'm sure of it.
On the plane, he was eating KFC and Taco Bell. So
yeah, I really can't get a read on what his taste would be in the White House. Of course, his wife is very elegant / trashy, but you know, it's going to be interesting to see her. I mean, clearly she's going to be the best looking first lady in the history of this country. It's going to be interesting to see how she fills that role and see what kind of class she brings to that role. It's going to be very difficult for her to be in that position. It's going to be I don't know how you make that leap from being just kind of in a background to being somebody. It's really going to be there's going to be a lot of responsibilities and stuff for her to do, and a lot of public demands on her time. It's going to be interesting to see that. Hi, Vicki.
well, you know, I can't see Trump going too lavish, because he's really tight with the money, and he's not just going to throw it away and waste it.
No, and I think he's going to foot everything himself. I think he's going to turn away any monies that are usually provided for White House upkeep and maintenance. Like some people said, it's the first time a president's had to downsize to move into the White House.
Yeah, and there seems to be questions if he'll move into the White House. So we'll see.
Yeah, Jeremy says the White House is like a trailer park for him. I kind of agree, you know, because it's drafty, it's old, it's freaky. You walk across the floors, and I mean, although you're walking on history and all that, it's still, you know, when you're used to steel and chrome and glass and all that stuff, it's a totally different environment.
Yeah.
Hi, Scott. Okay, White Trash says, my first true fact, Donald's kids complain he eats fast food. Well, that's kind of good to know. That's a little bit reassuring. So.
Yeah. Yeah, he eats the same stuff we do. You know, he doesn't need the $300 meal.
Yeah, Mike Johnson, I'm going to correct Mike Johnson a little bit. Mike says Trump canceled the new $4 billion Air Force One. Props for him to doing the right thing. I don't know if he can really off-track that. He can do some modifications for that, but that was so far in the pipeline. I don't think there's going to be a lot that he can. He might scale back some things on it, but, you know. Once they sit down with Trump and explain what's in that Air Force, it's basically the most advanced command center in the world within a plane. And you can imagine the avionics, the defensive measures that are needed, the countermeasures on those planes and things. I mean, you can understand why $4 billion is a hell of a price tag. But I'm just saying.
And they're not building just one; they're building two.
And yeah. So it's a very limited edition type of thing. So.
Yeah, White Trash says he saw Bill Gates eating at Wendy's. I met Burt Reynolds at a Wendy's on Marco Island.
Wow.
And that would have been like the late 80s, early 90s.
Was he pretty short, Maxine?
Oh, I don't know. I really didn't notice the height. It didn't stand out.
Okay, because you're tall. So, you know.
Well, I'm 6 foot, and then when I put the heels on, I'm a whole lot
I
taller.
don't know if he had heels on, so I guess it wouldn't stand out. If you're just in die mode or whatever, I guess it would be okay. I heard he was like, I heard he wore lifts or something like that, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, he didn't stand out of the crowd on height. But we were just surprised because, you know, he was in there ordering food, and here he had the Trans Am, the black Trans Am. So it was pretty cool.
So he really did have a black Trans Am, huh?
He had the black Trans Am.
Wow, that is wild. I thought that was just Hollywood bullshit for Smokey and the Bandit, all that. That's cool. That's good to know.
Well, as I understand it, they had like 7 of the cars, and I guess Jerry Reed bought him one. So.
Bye, Amber. Thanks for coming by. Vicky says, love your lipstick, Tara.
Yeah, it's Candy Yum Yum, Rosie.
Yum Yum. That's my favorite color of the ones that Tara gave us, a Saint Germain and a Candy Yum Yum. And I like to wear that with the platinum wig. The Candy Yum Yum looks really great with that. So
There's one more you should have, Rosie, called Up the Amp, which is a purple.
okay, cool. We'll check it out. We're going to spend some time over the holidays. I'm anticipating some pretty good post-holiday sales in some of these places. So go in there and just say, make me up, bitches. Go for it, you know?
I was going to ask you, Rosie, if you ever liked the TV show The Girls Next Door with Hugh Hefner.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, it didn't last too long, did it, Tara?
Well, I don't know. Wasn't it 6 years? I thought it was a great show. What did you like it, Maxine?
I never saw it. Never even knew it existed. I'm not a TV watcher.
No, this was like 15 years ago or 10 years ago.
Yeah, I've never really had time to sit down and watch TV, and you know, now I like to sit down and watch YouTube and have a smoke, and you know.
Yeah, I'm a renowned YouTube addict, so of course all I watch is all I do is YouTube and listen to vintage audio equipment.
Well, before YouTube, there was The Girls Next Door.
Well, you know, before that there was the Bad Girls Club. What the hell was that? VH1 or there's some really stupid shit on. So.
Well, for me, you know, I lived quite some time without even owning a TV because I'm never home to watch it. I'm never around to watch it. I'm always busy with something.
It's funny. I mean, just when you pull away, you just don't go back to it, I find, you know.
Yeah. Well, I've never
I rarely watch a movie. I think the last movie we checked out was The Sting 2 that Tara had given us. So
did you like it,
that
Rosie?
shows you how I'm going. So.
Yeah, Rob went out and saying I look like I'm on the set of Sanford and Sons. Well, one of these days when I got a chance, I'll see about thinning it out. It's getting a little hairy here.
Yo, fish eye, fool, Fred Sanford. I'm gonna tell you, yo, heathen, huh? You gonna get it. I tell you, I'm glad your wife is not here to see this, Fred Sanford. You are a disgrace.
Oh, Elsa, it's the big one. Oh!
Yeah, that was a good show.
Yo, fish eye, fool.
And those 2 stupid cops.
Yeah.
And his sister.
One that was on the other show, but she was good. But LaWanda Page was outstanding.
Or That's My Mama.
Yeah, or the other one, I can't remember. There was another show that had really insulting. It wasn't the Jeffersons. Don't tell me the Jeffersons. I never thought. I can't remember what the name. I never thought she was that funny when she insulted George.
Well,
Jefferson.
What's happening?
That was with was that with Mel Carter on that show?
The kid who kept saying dynamite.
Oh, that was that was J.J. Walker, right?
Yeah.
And that was Florida. I can't remember what the hell. Or she's long gone.
That was Good Times.
Good times, yeah.
Good times, yeah.
Lucky we got them. Ooh, doo, doo, doo. Good times.
Yeah, Good Times.
Yep.
That's what I meant, Good Times. But What's Happening was kind of a cool show too.
Yeah, that wasn't with Rerun and Raj.
Yeah, that was Rerun.
Hi, Raj. How you doing? Yeah. Yeah. Growing up in Baltimore, I had plenty of time to study and attain the accents that I needed in the styling and profiling for imitations on there. Nothing wrong with flirting. Yep, that's what I say.
Hey, you know, I went to see Santa the other day, and he knew exactly what I wanted for Christmas before I even told him. I walked up to him and he said, ho, 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 and I said, absolutely.
Yeah, hi, Dwayne. Well, how you doing, Dwayne? I'll be right back. Bobby?
I'm good. Yeah.
All right.
Oh crap! Somebody, I got muted somehow.
Yeah, Terry, you're going to have to check out my thank you to Elvis video I posted earlier.
I'll check it out, Maxine. I got 10 channels, and I'm subbed to you on a few of them, so I got to go to those channels to check you out. But so your latest video was a Marshall one?
Yep, it's my thank you for his Christmas. He's so sweet, so generous.
Hello, Diane.
Diane. Oh, okay. Hi, Diane. And Boss says, Boss, I don't know what you mean by that. I like my Mexican food, Boss, extremely spicy, extremely hot. What about you, Bobby and Maxine? Do you like spicy food?
Oh, yeah.
Me personally, no.
Hey, I was going to ask you, when's the last time you had a root beer float?
Oh, probably a couple of years.
What about you, Bobby? When's the last time you had a root beer float?
I think I was about 16.
Wow. 1977?
I don't do sweets.
Oh, okay.
But I did eat some sweets when we were in Vegas.
Uh-huh.
I normally don't eat sweets either, but I find on the job I'll have, grab a bag of gummy sours or gummy bears or some candy bars or something just to keep me moving quick while I drive.
You know, I remember in 1976 eating my first Snickers, and I swear that Snickers tasted totally different than it does now.
Well, I don't know. I eat so many of them because you get more calories for your money with the Snickers. You get 270 calories in the Snickers bar versus 230 in the others. So I usually go for the Snickers because it's got more calories.
Well, to be honest, Maxine, I always enjoyed Coca-Cola more than Pepsi. Just saying.
I always knew you were a woman with good taste.
And then there's Rosie.
Hello, Rosie. Welcome back.
Maxine just tolerates you. Actually, you know what I'm drinking now? I'm drinking Diet 7-Up. That's been my drink of choice for probably the last 5 years. So.
Wow. Boy, nothing like scraping the bottom of the barrel. Goodness.
Yeah, well, I like the fact that it's caffeine free. I don't need any extra stimulants. I mean, I'm already feel like a robot a lot of days anyway with doing so much shit that I just don't feel like I need any extra stuff going on.
Well, rule of thumb used to be any of the clear soft drinks were caffeine free. Now, when it comes to like root beer, A&W is the only one that is caffeine free.
Wow, I never knew A&W was caffeine free.
Yep. It's the only one on the market that's caffeine free.
Huh. Interesting.
I finally know something that Rosie doesn't know.
There's something I never knew. I figured I would have, if $1 million was on the line, of course, I would have voted that there's caffeine in A&W.
Yeah.
How do you keep the caffeine out of it?
A&W has been the only one that's been caffeine free, and it's been that way for 25 years that I know of.
Damn. So, all right. Let's see. Go inside here tonight. Let's see. Scott said, how many pounds of food did Elvis eat? Well, Bobby had to. He sat there one time and kept him company a little bit after.
I sat there and I just watched him feed his face, feed his face, feed his face, and he was starting to make me ill.
Oh, Bobby, I would really I eat enough for about a family of 4, so you know.
Yeah, that's it. So, damn, let's see. The boss says, if I don't have caffeine, I get a migraine. I like to have my morning coffee. I can go, like, we got up at 6:30 to go to the airport from Vegas. And we probably didn't have a coffee till 9 o'clock.
We got to the airport.
I was okay in that situation. There's some people that just absolutely cannot function unless they have that coffee.
I gotta have my half a pot of coffee in the morning.
Okay, there you go.
That's pretty much, if I'm gonna have anything with caffeine, it's usually before noon, because I like to be able to crawl in bed and go to sleep at night.
Yeah. But it was funny because that boy hit seafood night, didn't he?
Oh,
and it was like those crab legs and.
They were piled this high on the fucking plate. And then after we finished them, we went back and got another one. They're like this high. It's like, oh, and I had to sit there and watch them. Rosie said, take care of them.
Yeah, so could you just maybe keep them company, you know, or whatever, because we got shit we got to do, so. Bobby's like, I'm never going to do that again.
I tell you what, it would have been fun if I could have been there. I could have had so much fun just looking on Elvis.
You know, probably
fun stuff.
Probably no less than 8 times we were saying, man, it would be so awesome if Maxine was here too, dressed all out and everything and looking good, because, you know, you wear your skirts and stuff like that, and you got a wardrobe that any gal would envy. Your wardrobe, so you would have been like perfect in Vegas for holiday time and all that. That would have been awesome.
Anyway, I treat Elvis kind of like the way my sister and I treat each other. You know, it's always the pokes and the fun and the, you know.
Yeah. So anyway, it would have been good. Maybe next time, Maxine.
Well, you'll have to let me know.
Yeah, you never know. Well,
it'll be in the spring.
Well, we do a little one in the spring, and that's drinking and partying with the boys.
And there's no cowboys there.
But there's a lot of college guys. And
so basically, after October,
I get right in the pool with them. Woo, we're doing shots and everything else down there and having a hell of a good time. But, actually, as much as I like blasting it out in the pool and having fun like that, I still like the winter. I still like the Christmas one in Vegas. So we're gonna get. We're definitely getting Tara down there next year, no matter what I have.
We have to figure out when Tara's vacation is.
Yeah, if I have to put Tara on my own payroll to match her salary, give her a little extra bonus, something to do that to make she has the time of that.
Thanks, Rosie. I just have to try to get away from work sometimes.
Yeah. So we would, many a time we said we wish Tara was down here with us too.
Tara, that's my problem. I have to get away from work.
Yeah, because Missy Jen really loved hanging out with you, Tara, you know, and
the chemistry between me and Rosie and Jen was really good.
Yeah, good time.
No, Rosie, we have to put in for vacations in January.
I know, it's crazy. Especially there's no real downtime, is there, for the You know, you're either prepping for Memorial Day or the 4th of July or Labor Day. It's always something coming up that you're selling huge volumes of moving massive volumes.
Yeah.
Mickey, my fireplace is electric. It's like a, it's got just an electric heater built in. And I wanted to pipe natural gas, but then I have to put out the outside venting. So this kind of gives, it produces heat like a fireplace. And it's really comfortable in here right now. And when you say Bobby, although Bobby's got his vest on, like
hey, I like to be nice and comfortable. Like, you know, I go outside and smoke, so I got to be prepared.
Yeah, like Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future. Are you in the Merchant Marine, Marty? Marcel says it's going to be a toasty 11 degrees tomorrow.
Whoa.
Yeah, Diane says retirement is nice. Flip page. Oh yeah, next week vacation time. I know, Diane. I'm still scrounging around. Oh, I'm so happy to have to be off between Christmas and New Year's. That little stretch. I want to go out to the range with Jen, but I want to go out. I don't know if I'm going to be able to before all the assholes get their guns at Christmas and hit the range after Christmas. You know, every year we get this whole bunch of these guys that take their little Asian girlfriends out to the range that weigh 90 pounds, and they love to put a 44 mag in their hands and tell them, honey, this is real easy to fire. And these chicks fire that gun, and they fly fucking backwards behind. And the little things start beating on their boyfriend. I'm never doing that again. You did that on purpose. That was scary as hell. I can't believe I did that. I hate that. It's so funny to see that. And of course, the range master just kicks them all out anyway, off the place. You want somebody flying backwards with a 44 mag out of control, backwards over their head, you know, and shooting somebody coming from the parking lot. I mean, it's crazy shit. So, yeah, hey, nice to see you. Nice to see you, Tyler. R.P. McMurphy says, I already sent home all my relatives in Upper. You know, R.P., and it's not even fucking Christmas time.
Now, Rosie, speaking of the flying backwards, my mother always had a good story about my dad. He had a double-barreled 12 gauge, and she always went pheasant hunting with a 410. Well, she kept missing her pheasant and borrowed Dad's 12 gauge. And when that pheasant flew up, she pulled both triggers at once, put her flat on her butt. And she said that there was so much bird shot in those pheasants that they were spitting BBs out the whole time they were eating it.
Could you imagine that when you get that and you just overshot the fucking bird and you're just kicking out, I guess in those days, the lead. And what a miserable eating experience on that thing. Can you imagine a pheasant opening up both barrels of a 12?
Yeah. On a little pheasant?
I thought you were gonna tell me the fucking bird was annihilated in mid-flight. There was nothing left of the damn thing.
She said it pretty much blew the feathers off it.
That's called a bad day for a pheasant when you come up like that. Tara,
Well,
have you ever done any games?
She was upset because she got missing her shot.
Yeah, have you ever done any game hunting, Tara? Down in Arkansas or anything with your dad when you were down there before?
You know, my dad used to hunt all the time, and I would walk around with him, and he would hold the gun. And one time I went hunting with a different person, and he introduced me to the 12 gauge. I guess we were deer hunting. This was in Arkansas. My dad used to hunt a lot. Pheasant and duck, deer, and let's see what else. You know, I used to have a crossbow, and we would go hunting with that because I lived in Arkansas, and you would hunt for whatever you would find. But I did a little bit of hunting, yeah, a little bit of pheasant, a little bit of deer hunting, a little bit of fishing.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Gary. You lived in Arkansas. You went to. I'm sure you went to Eureka Springs.
Yeah, which I recommend you and Jen to go to.
I was going to ask you, how cool is Eureka Springs? I mean, is that like the coolest place in Arkansas?
Well, it's borderline Missouri, so it's kind of Missouri, Arkansas, both. It's not Arkansas, it's half and half. If you want to experience the hillbilly type of atmosphere, you know, the Beverly Hillbillies, the hillbilly atmosphere, you go to Eureka Springs.
Okay.
It's full on 100% hillbilly.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in a fucking hillbilly family, so it's nothing to me, you know, to be talking about hillbillies. But I've seen some people talk about that, except for the I don't know what the main avenue is down Hot Springs down there. The you know, where the baths all are down there and everything. There's really not a lot more to Hot Springs that people come to visit.
Well, Arkansas is known for its diamonds. Yeah,
I know the Crater of Diamonds Park down there.
You know, to me, there's not really hardly anything in Arkansas to go to, you know, that's like a park or something. It's, you know, it's a great place to retire. I think Arkansas is a state that has some of the best soil for farming, for having a garden or something, raising cattle. But I can't think of any one place to go to that's just amazing. It's just that Eureka Springs is on the borderline of Missouri, you know. So
yeah, okay. Because you know, in Baltimore, Little Rock is always near and dear to Baltimore's heart because that's, of course, where the great Brooks Robinson came out of Little Rock. You know, the All-Star and Hall of Fame third baseman for the Baltimore Orioles for career. So,
well, Rosie, I'm training somebody at my job who's almost your age, and he's from Baltimore, and it's just funny to work with him because he lived in the same area that you lived, and he's about the same age as you, and he's a black man. And I asked him where he used to live, and I told you on a hangout a few months ago.
Yeah, and I apologize. You have somebody from Baltimore because it takes you twice as long to train them up on the fucking job.
Yeah. You know, this guy is a really great guy, and he's learning quickly, but it's just, he's so, one funny thing is he's about the same age as you, and he's from Baltimore.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right, I'm going to grab a beer. I'll be right back. Bobby, are you good?
I'm good.
Bobby's going to do the tap dance show now in front of the fireplace here. So, boop, boop, be doo.
So you got the holidays off, Tara, huh?
Yeah, I got the same time as Rosie off, which would be the 25th to the 2nd or 3rd of January. What about you, Maxine? When are you going to have time off?
I'll be working myself to death because we get both Mondays off. So trying to stuff 5 days into 4, 2 weeks in a row is going to be rough.
Yeah, could you imagine that? Can you imagine Coca-Cola shipping, preparing for like New Year between Christmas and, well, let's say between Thanksgiving and New Year's? I mean, it just must be off the fucking hook.
Yeah, the last 7 weeks of the year are always a nightmare. It's like, how much can you physically endure?
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not as young as I used to be.
I've seen the detailers go in and just stack it, you know, 7. I don't know if they have a limit like 6 feet high or something like that in the store, and they just filled that stuff to the rafters. And I'm thinking, there's no way that they're going to sell all this stuff. And then you come back 3 days later, and there's the there's the truck again with the guy like put 4 fucking pallets of Coca-Cola back in the shop, and you're like,
well, Maxine, don't they put it all on sale for the holidays to push it on?
Don't they what?
put it all on sale.
Promotional sale?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, through the holidays. Now, I've got a good story for you about Thanksgiving, probably 10 years ago. I had the Walmart right up the street here. And they had this big double wide end cap that we had our 12 packs on. It held 385 cases. Now, I didn't get out of there till about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I get a call from my boss about 3. He said he got a call from Walmart and they were saying my end cap was empty. And it's like, no, John, it can't be. You know, I've been out of there like 2 hours. You know, you've got the wrong store. He's like, no, it was your Walmart. Will you go by and check? It's like, I'll go by and check, John, but I'm sure you got the wrong store. And I came in and came down the aisle, and when I looked at the end cap, there were 3 12-packs of Diet Coke laying there. And I'm like, oh, shit. And I started carting it out like crazy, trying to stack it up. I'm like, I cannot believe they emptied that huge end cap out in 2 hours.
That's crazy, that stuff. Somebody said Ellie's cooking the 10 turkeys for her guests coming. And Rob said, Nicole, she's cooking for like 30 people, not 10. Probably won't serve. Anthony, let me know if you want a link, okay? I'm happy to send. What is that? Is anyone else seeing Rosie 8-bit?
Hey, Rosie, your camera got fuzzy all of a sudden.
Oh, okay. I don't know what the... I can't wait. I'm going to be cutting over to the new computer next week.
I think it's her internet.
Yeah, it could be the net here. So we'll see.
But that outfit, that costume you're wearing, Rosie, that's one of the nicest, sexiest outfits you ever wear.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I'm gonna thank you very much. You know what? I'm gonna blow you guys away and check. I've been running this Hangout on the Wi-Fi. Holy crap! I thought I was plugged in. Shit. No wonder. Wait a minute. Let me go plug in. Let me get hardwired here.
Yeah, one of these days I want to get a laptop that I can like take out in the yard and do hangouts.
Damn. Can you imagine? I've been running this thing on Wi-Fi. No wonder. So there we go. It should. That might do a little better.
That cleared up, Rosie. You look great.
Did that clear it up any?
Whoa, I
Yeah.
said cleared it up. Oh, I mean cleared up, yeah.
Hmm? Did that clear it up any? Let me, yeah, Anthony, if you want a, yes, I squeal when you pinch me, boss. Let me know if you want a link, Anthony.
Yeah, I'm gonna need coffee shortly anyhow, Rosie. Need to go hit the shower and all. I've been out in the yard playing in the snow all day.
Yeah, go ahead and take a shower. I'm gonna be on a couple more hours, so it's cool, you know. So.
All right, I'm gonna jump off.
Take your time. We're going to entertain, and Bobby, we're going to entertain the side chat here. Anthony, I'm going to try sending a link to you.
Yeah, no Marshall tonight. I was going to thank him on here. Gosh.
He might.
Well, he might show up.
He might still show up. He's probably just waking up, getting his day going. Wait a minute. So let me get this.
You know, Marshall doesn't get up early.
No, really?
Yeah, King doesn't have any sense of time, right? When the king rises, the king rises. That's it.
I'm surprised he probably gets up to eat and then goes back to bed the way it looks.
But I'll tell you one thing, I followed his advice about filling up the RV today, the propane. I finally got that new valve on from the one that got screwed up before.
Yeah.
And I just put 6 gallons in, no more. I don't want them overfilling and screwing up my system. So I thank you for that, Elvis, for that advice on filling up the rig. It went beautifully today. Everything that you said worked perfectly. And video tomorrow. So let's see.
Okay.
All right, Anthony, I sent you a link out there. So you're good to
I'm
go.
going to say good night.
I know. Nicole said, Rosie, I don't want to think of the king rising. I get that. Everybody say hi to my kid. Yeah.
I'd be afraid to ask what rises on the cake, but you know.
That's just so wise.
Can I now?
That's it. That's funny as hell.
So, Rosie, are you going to have a turkey dinner or steak or anything for Christmas?
I think we're supposed to have lobster actually on
Lobster where?
Christmas this year.
I'll be over.
I think we're supposed to have lobster this year. I'm not
Wow.
sure what the word I got. I'm not sure. It's whatever my girls, they're putting the whole thing on.
Oh, that's you're good. I thought you seen the girls on Christmas Eve or
Christmas
Day.
Eve, yeah. I'm spending
So
time
not
with
Christmas
it.
Day.
Yeah, no. What we're gonna do with okay. Say hi to the kids. Hi, kids. I'm the one you've heard all that crazy stuff about on YouTube. I'm not sure what they're doing. I'm not sure what we're gonna do for Christmas Day. Yeah. Maybe we'll just hit a. Maybe we'll just go out and hit someplace Chinese on.
Well, we might just go. We might just go to the bosses for Christmas. Have Janet cook us dinner.
Mm-mm. After all that stuff that she did on Thanksgiving, no way. Maybe I'll do something here for
Christmas Day.
Yeah, Christmas Day. We'll see.
Hey, Rosie,
I'm not much into
when's-
lobster. To tell you the truth, Nicole. It's it's good, but not my number one dish. So I think I'm staying home for Christmas this year, Vicky. I think I may do a hangout on Christmas night. That's what I think I'm going to do on that night. Hi, Diesel. Nice to see you. So, Anthony, I sent you the link out. You should have that. I know that's working because I have your Gmail address. Boss said we're having primer.
Rosie, when's the last time you had a root beer float?
I told her I was 16.
Yeah, I think the last time I probably had a root beer float was like 1975. Maybe. So
The year Dreamweaver came out.
Yeah, the year that Dreamweaver came out. Never had that. Yeah, let's look at Nicole when she's got those highbrow tastes. Have you ever had real caviar, Rosie, served properly? That's nice. No, I never have. I wouldn't mind trying it though. Wouldn't mind trying it. So, yeah.
Hey, Rosie, Crystal Palace played Manchester United a few days ago.
How bad did Crystal Palace get?
I don't know.
Dare I even look up the score on that? Yeah, Tara knows I'm a big Crystal Palace fan, and I used to be a Queens Park Rangers fan too. Nicole says, "Hey Rosie, you got to try nice things once in a while." Yeah, it's just where do you get caviar? I mean, you stop and buy it, or go to like a Trader Joe's or something like that.
And then it's in a can or a plastic container.
Little plastic things. I'm not sure how.
Oh, Anthony.
Yeah, let him get rigged up with sound and everything on there. Have you had caviar before, Tara?
Yeah, one time, and it was okay.
There's
not a lot of taste to it, is there? I mean, I didn't think there was a lot of taste to it.
Okay, Nicole said 2-1 Manchester United. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Crystal Palace didn't get their heads handed to them going into there playing that insane asylum. So, how are you, Anthony? Yeah, your volume's, you got your mute button on.
Mute.
There you go.
All right, can you hear me now?
I hear you now. Yep.
Hey, how you doing, girly girl?
Mm-hmm.
We got your vodka.
Damn Skippy.
Hey, Anthony, we were drinking vodka up in Vegas.
Yeah, I missed you on the hangout last night doing the lemon pie, Anthony. I was tooting down that Four Roses bourbon.
Woo, I didn't even know you were having that last night.
Yep. Fired that up to make a lemon pie. So,
Hey, Bobby. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you, Anthony?
Yeah, make us feel good.
Doing
Anthony.
well.
Make us feel good here in California. How cold is it in up
Well,
there?
yesterday it was a high of 9 degrees.
9. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, my car cried when I tried starting it in my van. It was just and then started, but it was screaming. Everything was screaming on it. Power steering pump screaming, alternator screaming. It was like, you know, I was beating somebody out in the driveway. It was terrible.
Yeah, but you look nice and warm and toasted there in your man cave there.
In my man cave. Ugh, I'm toasty warm. I don't care if it's 3 degrees outside. I'm toasty.
There you go.
Yeah. My ass is warm. My ass is warm.
Push that heat up. So what, are you going to do anything? I don't even know if you have any family or anything, Anthony, or anybody you go see or hang out with on the holidays?
Oh, yeah. I got 3 brothers right here within 20 minutes of me.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, they seem to have stayed in this area, so we're all still alive. We haven't shot anybody, but every one of us carry guns everywhere. But we're all local. I've got nephews, great nephews, nieces, the whole shebang.
That's cool.
So I got an ass load, and I ain't spending a dime on them this year. Screw it. I'm getting too old. I ain't doing that no more.
That's fine. Funny, Diesel says try minus 25 degrees Fahrenheit. No, thank you. Paul says, Rosie, go outside in your Chinese bikini at 9 degrees. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'd have to have my head examined. Yeah, Great Babe says, get the fuck out of here with that metric bullshit.
minus 25. At the rate we're going here in Michigan, we'll hit that next week.
Man,
we have an early winter hitting here. Before Christmas, we've already had about 14 inches of snow, and
wow,
down to it's going to be 3 degrees. I think Monday morning it'll be 3 degrees here. So
yeah, how's that global warming working? Working out for you up in Michigan?
Well, I have to use a blowtorch on the toilet before I sit down, and my balls will stick. So
do tell. But minus 20. The coldest weather I've ever been in my life was when I was in Scouts, and we were camping up in Pennsylvania near Emmitsburg and up near Gettysburg in that area, and it was 15 below zero with a 64 below zero wind chill. It was like 35 mile an hour winds, and we were camped at this place called Bellarmine Hall, which was a Jesuit retreat house that the Jesuits had there, and they were all sleeping inside. We were outside in pup tents, and I guess about 2 o'clock in the morning, they probably thought to themselves, sitting around drinking, we got these dumbbell inner city kids out of here, and it's 15 below outside. And we've got these ghetto kids out here in pup tents. Maybe we better bring them inside so they came out.
So they don't die.
Yeah, so they came outside and pulled everybody in the tent. And one guy was sleeping in his sleeping on a plastic mat in his t-shirt and his underwear in his tent, and it's like 15 below zero. And this kid was like half dead when they got to him. So they actually gave him a shot when he went inside and put him in front of the fire. And the kid wasn't worth a shit the next day. He couldn't remember anything, and everybody thought he turned into an idiot that night because he got half frozen. So it was crazy. Let me get rid of this idiot. I don't know who this one dumbass is. So let me get rid of that guy out of there. Oh man, so
my
that was
God.
funny as hell. Oh yeah, Vicky says I grew up in eastern Idaho. It would get -40. I can imagine that. Wow. You know,
Yeah.
-40. That's
I
crazy.
tell you, we had some idiots. You know, every year you get people who don't know how to drive during the first snow. You know, but it was just we had some idiots doing 55 and a 35 driving, and you know, they don't plow the roads here in this area till at least 24 to 48 hours after the snow. So you're like doing 25, 30. You got these idiots doing 55, and there was this one dude. He was in a Jeep, a new what do you call it, the Rubicon. It was a newer Rubicon. He come ripping by me, just throwing snow all over me, running his 4-wheel drive. And about an eighth of a mile down the road, I passed him up. He had flipped it and spun it around and flipped it on the side of the road. You know, and he's standing outside of it. He's standing outside of his Jeep. He was fine and dandy, but it was upside down. And I rolled the window down. I said, "Ah, you fucking dumbass!
Yeah, you
know, you need to." I was laughing at him about driving by.
You know what, Anthony? He probably thought because I have a Jeep, I'm invincible, so I can do all this crazy shit. And then he finds out he's got something that's no better than just a regular passenger car when he's out there running around and stuff. So
it was just hilarious. I mean, he was in a tie, you know, and he didn't have a suit coat on, but he had a shirt and tie, and he was out there without gloves, without a coat, standing at the side of his Jeep. And I rolled my window down, flipping my finger at him, going, "You little fucking asshole! You deserve what you got." You know, just idiots like that put other people in danger. You know, and he got a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, just to kind of rub it into him there, huh?
Well, I think I'm getting a little bolder because of you, Rosie. Because of you. You're calling them, what do you call them? Dicks. You call them.
Yeah,
you've got several words you use.
Today I had to go see the propane dick and get a fill over there. And it took 2 propane dicks to fill up my thing. The first guy's stumbling around like a moron. I can't find the adapter for the thing. I have him on video. I have to give him a 5 spot, you know, for all the effort of going around trying to find the adapter. And he's just looking at me and his mouth is open and he's kind of drooping on one side and kind of drooling a little bit. And I thought to myself, you know, I'm going to let this guy fill up my propane, right? And he at least he was kind enough. He got on the phone and he called around the corner and he found another place sold propane. So I go to that place and the kid's like 22 years old filling it up. And he's like, "Where's the fill on this thing?" I said, "It's underneath. You have to get on the ground to fill it." And he's like, "Oh man, I can't get down on the ground and do that fill." And I'm like, "Just give me the fucking hose. Let a 58-year-old get down there and do it." And I just screwed that thing on and told him start it up, put 6 gallons in. I think he felt like a real fool after I was done doing that. And you'll be able to see on the video, right? I'm like, this just shatters what little faith I had in humanity, right, Anthony? It's just shattered at that moment going up the roof. I'm like, really? Yeah, let me get rid of this stupid. These people are such dumbasses here. Yeah, they already know it's already gone over there. And Great Babe is like, end of the story. Guy lost 3 fingers to frostbite. Thank you for your service, Anthony.
I had a guy at the gas station. I bought a pack of smokes and a carrot cake, you know, just while I went in and got gas. And the guy screwed up somehow. He added it up on the cash register wrong. And he said it was going to be like $25. It was supposed to be like $15. I said, "Wait a minute, Chester. It's supposed to be $15, not $25. And then I caught myself and I started laughing because I called him Chester. And I go,
And all,
and I got
all
that from you.
apologies to any of the apologies to any of the Chesters that are out there. It's all meant in the spirit of good YouTubing. You know, you have to have one name there. So, you know, and Chester's the one that we choose to go with. Can you imagine a 22-year-old kid and you know, can't even help out? I mean, man, the margin on their propane is like filling up one person's propane tank is like equivalent to like 20 cars filling up. The margins are so big on propane. You think they'd be happy? They had people lined up. You had a Tioga Class C in front of me, some guy filling up his barbecue propane. And the kid, I just stared at the kid and gave him the eye for like 10 seconds while he's giving me a lot of stuff about, I can't put that thing on. I said, just give me the damn thing. I'll put it on myself. You know, you gotta shame some of these people, right? To do that. So.
Well, the with it was when I called him Chester. All the stations up here are owned by Arabs, and it's an Arab guy, and he's really thick in his accent, and he goes, "No, my name is Ahmed." You know, instead of Chester. No, my name is Ahmed.
All right, Anthony, give him the U.S. Navy USO tour thing. I'm going to go pee. I'll be back in a minute.
Woo, woo. Give us a play-by-play.
Hey, Anthony, were you in the Navy?
9 years, yeah.
Did you ever go on any of the Iowa-class battleships?
I was on a fast frigate. I was on FF-1067, the USS Whipple out in the Indian Ocean. I was stationed on that for 6 months. Then they put me stateside all over the naval hospitals, Naval Hospital San Diego, Naval Hospital Great Lakes, which is in Chicago, Naval Hospital Pensacola, Naval Hospital Portsmouth, Virginia. They bounced me all over around the frickin' United States. And then I got, during war games, to go in under Desert Shield under George Bush Sr. I got exposed to unknown chemical substance just before we went into Iraq the first time, and I ended up becoming a disabled vet. So,
well, I was a medical assistant for the naval I guess it was the Naval Hospital on 43rd Street for I think a month, quite a while ago.
Yeah, I was a hospital corpsman in the Navy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was 43rd Street, Naval Hospital or Naval. You know, I can't remember. It was a long time ago, but
what state was it, if you don't mind, or city?
It was San Diego.
Okay, well, you had the Naval Hospital, the Big Pink Palace, but I think they had a couple naval clinics.
Okay, well, I guess there was a Navy clinic on 43rd Street.
Yeah, if it was more toward the pier area, that was for some of the people that was stationed that actually run the piers. That was Navy operation people.
Okay,
I
was there for 30 days.
Well, I hope it didn't twist you and warp you.
Well, you know, one time there was some kind of wound this guy had, and I had a packet full of cotton. I was taking, what do you call it? Is
that when you started drinking?
That's what the Navy does to everybody.
I was an intern at the Navy medical clinic on, I think it was 43rd Street one time, Rosie.
Wow. So you really did do that, Tara. You did the wild thing at interning, and you must have seen some crazy shit. Did Vlogger Frog come through or anything?
Yeah. Well, 40.
He rides his bike with no seat, and I was just wondering if he came.
There was some guy who had a wound on his butt, and there was this hole in the Navy medical nurse told me I had to pack it full of cotton, and I did. So, but I was taking, you know, blood pressure and vital signs for a month at the Navy clinic, and I think it was 43rd Street, San Diego.
Is that when?
Yeah,
you,
it could have possibly
is that when
been.
you knew you
Yeah.
didn't want to go into medicine?
Yeah, I gave it up. I left the whole thing. I didn't enjoy it.
I don't blame you. There's some crazy shit.
Grape Ape said Vlogger Frog came in with severe frostbite on 3 fingers. Not likely in San Diego down there, unless you fell asleep in an ice house or something by accident. Down there, that's really funny though, because Kara and I had a lot of work.
What is all that?
There was no such luck because we always enjoy watching what he puts up on the things. So anyway, that's pretty funny.
I got a big roar a minute ago. I can barely hear the roar from somebody. I don't know what that is. But anyways, yeah, when I was in San Diego, one of the destroyers, they had heloed helicoptered a person to the to San Diego, and we had to meet him by an ambulance, naval ambulance. We had our own ambulances, and the dude was on like the 3rd deck, and he decided to slide down with his feet on the handrest going down the ladder, and the ship come up in a wave as he was coming down and smacked both his legs on the bottom and blew both his femurs right out of his knees. It was actually hilarious, but it was gross at the same time. His bones were sticking up out of both of his legs.
Oh, Anthony, God almighty.
Oh, yeah. That's why I drink.
I don't blame you. I would too. I would too, Anthony.
Look at what interning at the 49th Street Clinic did to terrorists.
Yeah.
She started drinking. She started dressing. She started coming on YouTube. She hit like the triple play stuff on there. So.
And all she dealt with was a hole in the ass from whatever he got it from.
Yeah.
Man,
who knows how he got a hole in his ass?
You know, but the boss, Dave Dickey, he was my friend. He was Navy electrician and shit, but he never tells any Navy stories or anything like that. So his Navy career was really fucking boring.
It must have been I kept mine locked up for years. I kept it suppressed, and I just went ballistic. One day I had a heart attack, and it didn't cause any damage or anything. I had stents put in, but and when I had the heart attack, all these memories started flooding back that I had suppressed, and I thought I was going to go ballistic, and I ended up going to see a VA, a psychologist, for a couple months, and they said, you got to talk about this stuff. It's too much stress on you. You're carrying way too much stress, so start talking about the incidences, even no matter how bad they are. So, even though they were bad, they were hilarious, even though they were bad, because he was, the guy who blew his legs out was a Chester, was dumbass, and so.
They usually get caught out doing dumb shit that results in life-threatening adventures.
Both his legs are blown out, and I'm the one who had to grab his bottom leg and put his legs back together before we could even move him to the hospital. So it's like pulling a chicken bone and popping it back in place, and then looking at it going, you dumbass, you You couldn't have been more stupid. So you know, but then you end up drinking in order to overcome the visual effects of all this stuff, like the cockroaches I brought up a few weeks ago.
You know, you don't really think about that, but you know, you see some really violent shit in the medical corps. You know, even in non-wartime and other stuff, you can see some pretty gruesome crap come through. I mean, it's just routine injuries, you know, on ship. You can imagine.
Well, you know, it's stuff that you expect surgeons, you know, in the hospitals today. If you go to the emergency room, you see a nurse for the issue, the doctor takes over, and the doctor takes it from there. But in the military, the doctor don't even see the patient till after we've put him back together. And then the doc comes in and does whatever he has to do that's necessary. But he's generally just the administrative part, unless it comes to the surgeons. Otherwise, doctors in the Navy are just administrators. They just write the scripts, but we're the one pulling the legs back in place and sewing them up and actually cutting them open and getting everything ready for the doctor to come in and do the little bitty pieces. And then I end up sewing them back up and sealing them up, and then they're up to the ward. But, you know, we get
the boss says at sea, Rosie, some people go crazy at sea. Weird, you know. I would think the psychological things are the toughest things to deal with, the psychological things of, you know, things that you never knew you had that just set some people off and that kind of stuff. I think that would be pretty weird, you know.
It's, you know, I was 18 when I joined the military, and they instantly put me in with the Marine unit as a corpsman for the Marines. And in the field, you fix everything. There's no doctors in the field. There just really isn't. They're on the hospital ship, or they're at the naval hospitals, or, you know, even in time of war, they're so far back. It's not like the MASH on TV stuff anymore. They're so far back in the field that, you know, they've got their you know, their coffee breaks, tea breaks, and they just party hardy. It's not like MASH. But it's guys like me that's up in the middle areas that's pulling legs back together, doing all that. But I was 18. They put me in a Marine outfit, and I went over to Nam for about a 4-month stint to do cleanup right after Nam, to do some cleanup. And I seen some pretty disastrous shit over there. And but I was only 18, and that really, somebody coming out of the mountains of North Carolina, 50 miles from nearest McDonald's, to all of a sudden, you know, finding body parts and covering big parts, and it mentally, so you turn to the alcohol and
let's cheer it up for the holidays, Anthony. Let's talk about the wild chicks of the Navy out there.
Yeah.
Well,
Tell us some more stories, Anthony.
Let's get on to the USO girls. That,
my next sentence was to talk about these sticks in Vietnam that were marijuana. Well, I forgot what they call the sticks. They were marijuana, but they were laced with other stuff. They were about 5-6 inches long.
Yeah, they're opium.
Opium, yeah, they were laced, and you would smoke 1/3 of these, and you would be seeing all kinds of weird animals that were various colors, and it was party hardy. And, yeah, I mean,
girls with a little something extra and all that. You know?
Yeah. And then, yeah, I mean, that was the beginning stage of my party. And then I went to other parts, and the women would be standing on bar counters when you walked into the bar. And as soon as you went up to the bar, 1 or 2 of them would hop down and say, "Sucky fucky $5, sucky fucky $10," you know? And it was like,
yep.
All right, I'll have a beer and a sucky fucky.
Yeah, me love you long time.
So Anthony, you carried a lot of $5 bills with you, right, buddy?
Yeah, never carried.
What's that? I'm sorry.
As Bobby said, you carried a lot of $20 bills.
$5 bills.
Oh.
Never carry 20. Yeah,
That's
fine.
right. You never carry a 20 because you're out, after the first, you know what? Beer over in other countries are a lot more powerful than the beer we have here. They're like 15% versus only 5% here. So if you got a $20 on you, $20 bill, and you pay $2 for a beer, by the time you drink it, you're so shit-faced that
you're going to be the
you're getting sucky-fuckied by everybody.
You're so shit-faced by the end of the night, you're going to be the pinup girl of Company B or whatever. Well, I'm your USO tonight for Navy Entertainment. Santa baby, do, and hurry down the chimney for night.
There were mornings that I would wake up and wonder where my dick's been. I'm serious. I had no idea, but it looked wore flat out. I just had no idea where it'd been.
Yeah, I've had some mornings like that too, Yeah, okay, yeah. All right, Tara. I've had some mornings like that too,
Yeah, but San Diego was a blast. That's why I brought up Pier 51. It was a bar, and I think it's still open. Who knows? That was the early 80s, so it could be closed by now. I don't know, but that was a bar that you could get anything, everything, whatever you wanted. And if you weren't careful, you'd get also the bad stuff. But you walked in there, and it was just a fuck fest. It would be whatever you wanted to do, they had it. And the bar was great. It was a great bar, but all you had to do was get to know a couple certain people in the bar, and you had free access to the back room of whatever you wanted. So Pier 51 in San Diego, just remember that if you ever go down there, it's party hardy, and you can enjoy anything that life has.
I figure that's where Vlogger Frog hangs at Pier 51. San Diego down there, huh?
Pier 51.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
Then I ended up in Tijuana, Mexico.
Yes, Marcel. Anthony just said fuck fest. Yes, he did. An out and out fuck fest down there. Can you imagine that?
What's that?
They said, did he just say fuck fest? Yes, Anthony just said fuck fest. Yes, that's what his.
Yes, I did. That was a Christmas holiday. That should be a holiday season word. It's festive. It's a fuck festive moment.
Yeah, the boss says the boss says I hated pecker checkers. I fucked the one up on my ship. What does that mean? Was that mandatory that you had to have a pecker check?
Hey, you had to have. Yeah, I told you about the Silver Stallion that I used.
Yeah, don't tell me again.
I heard that last time. Don't tell us again.
Yeah, because I still have my equipment. I don't want to hear that again.
Well, I'm not going to tell you again. But true pecker checkers, make sure that you can still pee. And if that dude has ever ran into that, he'd be thankful for a true pecker checker because it relieved him of his blockage strain.
Oh, he says, I fucked one up on my ship. He hurt me. So, well, it's not, I don't know. On shore of the hospital.
Well, of course it's going to hurt. Keep your dick out of other stuff. And you ain't going to have to worry about hurt.
Be careful where you put your dick, right?
he's always like the girls with something a little,
Well, listen, some diseases have no taste and no smell.
So, Terry, you think that Pier 51 is still around? Pier 51?
I seen it somewhere. Maybe I'm thinking of Pier 1 Imports.
No.
It sounds like a great chance for a video, Tara. The cross-dresser Tara is Pier 51 Adventures, down there.
Pier 51 was definitely adventure.
I know of the brass rail. That's about it.
Okay, yeah, the brass rail is pretty famous down there. I think everybody up and down in California knows the brass rail when you go to San Diego. No shit.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, apart from the pupper guy, everybody knows the brass rail. Marcel says, did he just say some diseases have no and no smell?
Yes.
I don't know.
There are some diseases that have no taste and no smell. So be careful when you dive in. All right.
I have that. I have this just in case I have to throw up. I have this ready. The elves have their own barf bags in case I have to do that. You know, shit, that's funny as hell. Damn. Who knew there was all this fucking fun in the Navy?
Oh my God! You know what? You went to San Diego. Was that this summer? You went to San Diego, Rosie? I'm sorry.
We go every
Tijuana.
We go every year. This was the year we went Terra down there. Yeah.
Tijuana. You went to Tijuana. Well, I used to go to Tijuana on that tram from San Diego every weekend. I was stationed at San Diego Naval Hospital, and the shit that we did down there. I'm surprised I'm still alive.
Did you see the donkeys painted like zebras, Anthony? And that guy?
I seen the donkeys with women. I've seen. Hey, there was one topless bar. This is the most fascinating. To me, I have never ever seen it again. That there was this one topless bar me and some fellow sailors went to at the age of 18. And you sat at the bar, or you sat at the dance floor. That's what you sat at the dance floor. So you put your beers. The table was the dance floor. So you put your beers on the dance floor, and you put your money up there when so you could give them for their new dancing. But this one woman, this dude had a tall neck beer, and he had it on the bar, and he had a $5 bill next to it. And this dancer come and squatted on that beer. It was a fresh beer. Squatted on that beer. I mean, to where there was a suction cup after she popped up off of it. Slimed his beer and took his $5 bill. He was pissed as hell because he didn't even get to taste the beer. The beer got slimed and his $5 bill got taken. And
there wasn't a fucking thing. Then there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it.
There wasn't a damn thing he could do, and we're all cracking and laughing, and grabbing our beers off the dance floor at the same time. That's Tijuana. That's Tijuana right there.
Yeah, I used to go to Tijuana all the time before shit got bad. Bobby used to go down when he was a teenager, and he's coming back with his friends. They took somebody's 50 Chevrolet or something, and the guy's coming back, and he removes the fucking steering wheel from it and hands it to the guy in the back seat and said, "You drive it well."
Hey, we got school one time on a Friday. We each told our moms we were going to stay at our friend's house, and we went to Tijuana, and our moms called each other's moms, and we were down there for the weekend. We got back, oh, my mom was pissed. Oh, my mom was pissed. We were down,
Tijuana,
we were like 17 years old, 16 years old. We had, in the bars, they fucking took advantage of us.
Oh yeah, I mean, here I'm just a novice 18-year-old kid. Like I said, I was raised in the woods in North Carolina. I was never raised around anything more than two stories tall. So when I went to Tijuana and I got exposed to this, and San Diego got exposed to it, and all these and over in Vietnam, man, I don't realize now I can look at it and go, how gullible and how vulnerable I was to all this. And it puts it's great memories, but it's also traumatic memories on some of the stuff I've seen, like the donkey stuff. My God, that was I wake up still with sweats every now and then, just remembering some of that stuff I seen. I'm thinking, good God, you know, I never knew that happened in the world at that time until I seen it for myself. And frankly, I don't ever want to see it again. I've seen enough of it.
San Francisco, so we weren't stupid. We knew life, but when you went to Tijuana, it was like, oh my God.
That was like the Wild. That was like the Wild West.
The Wild West, yeah.
That was like the Wild West. Right?
And some of the shit I got into, you know, hey Rose, you're gonna love this one. One night in Tijuana, I bought oh yeah, go for it, girl.
We might have a costume change later. You never know. I'm just getting warmed up right now, so I'm waiting for
I got so
Sarah to give me a
shit-faced
report on area. Is it Area 51 or Pier 51? Area 51 in San Diego down there. Oh shit, that's funny. Oh man, the side chat. Yeah, Bobby, go check the manager. Bobby's like, he would take 3 steps down the steps and be like, I'd just stay there for a couple minutes. Like, what were you gonna do if you found a couple guys in the store?
Yeah, what do I do? I mean, I'm like 16, 17 years old. What the hell am I gonna do?
Oh man, that's funny.
You know, I really messed up one night in Tijuana. I got off duty, jumped on the tram with a couple buddies of mine, went to you know, Tijuana, and I was in my dress whites because I had got inspection that day. So I didn't change clothes. That's a no-no, you know, but I went and I was in my dress whites. But I got shit-faced in Tijuana, and I bought a bottle of tequila, and I brought it back into the United States. And I was so drunk that where I got dropped off at the tram, down Main Street of San Diego, Broadway, the Main Street of San Diego. I walked back to the base down the middle of Broadway with a homeless bum, drinking tequila and messing traffic up all the way. You know, I was at 18. When you get totally drunk, you don't give a shit. And so, but anyway, we got down to where now this bum just walked up next to me while I'm walking down Broadway, and I'm sharing my bottle with him. We get down all the way to the worm, and that little bastard sucked the worm and then walked away from me and went back to another corner somewhere and left me with an empty bottle. And I had to walk back to the naval base, totally shit-faced without the worm. I bought the bottle just to try the worm. I'd never had it before. I wanted to see if it was true about the pure alcohol.
You've now destroyed Nicole's innocence on this side chat now. I think she missed the whole silver stallion thing when that'd be a good argument for the priesthood, I'll tell you. Never do that again.
Well, Anthony, you know that worm was dead, right?
I'm sorry?
Was a dead worm.
Yeah, the boss was talking about he'd go to a bar, and he would take quarters and heat them up with a lighter, and then watch the girls take the quarter. I'm like, what the fuck, you know?
The boss is evil.
Hey.
Put them on the bar and try picking that up with your pussy.
See that, Rosie? Hey, Rosie, see that right there?
This was that night that you wish you'd forgotten, right? When you got that. Shit, that's funny as hell. Nicole says, I'm going to go live in the hills. I'm done, you know?
Hey, I got another.
Man,
I got another story for you. Pensacola, Florida. I was there and Christmas. It was Christmas. So this is a Christmas thing. So it's perfect story for this time. And I decided to get a tattoo for myself. for a Christmas gift. So that's it right there. It's a navy. It's an eagle. But anyways, there's a bar called Evelyn's Grunge Bar in Pensacola, and the woman was named Evelyn, of course, that owned the bar, and her daughter. They both ran it. Now her daughter was a unique woman. She was only in her 20s. I was like 22, 23. And it was actually a grunge bar. They had all kinds of weird shit all over the place. Pickled eggs on the bar and all kinds of weird shit. But I was there playing pool one night down in the shots, and somebody in the club said to the daughter, I bet you $20 you can't shoot a cue ball out your crotch and make the 8-ball. And she jumped up on the pool table, popped in the cue ball, and squirted that thing out and made the 8-ball and took that guy's $20. That's the kind of bars you deal with in the Navy.
Who gets to rack up the balls for the next game?
It scared the hell out of me at 22. I'm telling you. I said, oh my God, you can't do that. It's not physically possible. And sure enough, a cue ball, it scared the hell out of me, and I was 22 years old, you know.
And just think, Anthony, that's where babies come from.
No, I know, but when you're a young pup and you're from the mountains, and all of a sudden you got women shooting shit out their crotch that shouldn't shoot out.
Yeah, Marcel wants to know, what is it with him and squirting, for Christ's sake?
It's just life's experiences. That's all it is.
Somebody tell me if this chat is, did I adult content this chat tonight?
Of course it's adult content.
I mean, I've had some girls do some crazy stuff, but I've never had one do that. See, I've lived a sheltered life, believe it or not, Anthony. I should have been in the Navy, right on the high seas for, oh boy.
You know, I watched all those Navy movies, you know, the old Navy movies in our era that they had on TV, and the John Wayne, all that shit with the Navy. But when I actually went in the Navy, I found out that shit ain't true. Everybody's drunk, everybody's partying, everybody's shooting shots, crap out their crotch, and there are all kinds of shit going on. It's just,
every officer's an idiot, right?
everybody partied till like they wasn't going to live tomorrow. That's what the problem was.
Did you ever have any real hard-ass commanders that were all by the book and crazy shit like that, or any new guys?
Oh yeah. I went to Captain's Mast twice.
That's got to be real uncomfortable when you got a new hotshot that you got to break in, you know, and say, "Look, son, this is the way we run our ship here," you know. Hi, Greg. Nice to see you. Yeah, crap out your crotch. That's a good channel name, Anthony. Thank you. Crap out your crotch. There we go.
Well, when I was on the fast frigate, the USS Whipple, you can actually Google it and look it up, and you'll see the ship I was on. But it was a weird ass name. You can't forget a name like that.
I got to see this fucking ship and post an image in the side chat. Wait a minute.
Yeah, USS Whipple.
Hold on, Anthony. We're gonna make you a star here. There
you go.
Like, please don't squeeze the Charmin, Mr. Whipple. Is that it?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're gonna get a nice image of that to post on the side. There we go. That's beautiful.
Isn't it?
Nice looking ship. The 1062, baby. The pride of the fleet.
Yeah, the FF. Fast frigate, FF, yeah, 1066. That's it. And there's actually a helicopter that's attached to it, a 6-man chopper. But it doesn't
Anthony,
show.
I'm gonna put this up so we have some visual effects while you're talking here. We can look at that. We can look at it.
Oh yeah. 6-inch gun.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
There we go. That's like a little piece. That's like a little piece of home there. You know.
Yeah, it's a piece of home.
Let me see if I can do a screen share without sharing my porn. Wait a minute. Let me. Sometimes I get the wrong shit up here. Let me see. Let me see. How do you do that? How do you do that?
You're the wizard. I have no idea.
Oh, I got no fucking idea. Nicole gets all this shit. I just got that stupid window within a window bullshit. So.
In 1995, it was decommissioned in 95 and sold. Was it sold to Mexico or sold to Puerto Rico? It was sold to some foreign-ass country.
Hey, there it is.
Okay. Yep, that's my baby.
There you go.
FF10.
Pointing out some of the cooler features too is where the shit hit the fan and everything on the ship. We got Anthony's actual ship here, the USS Don't Squeeze the Charmin. Is that the name of it?
Yeah. Why would they name it Whipple? That was some dumbass admiral. Who knows? But I thought it was a funny ass name. I laughed about it all the time.
What was that ship's function, Anthony?
Oh, it's a fast frigate. It's part of a fleet, and you guarded the aircraft carrier. This thing was like an anti-submarine, and it was also it's called a fast frigate because it was fast. It's a single prop, and it made circles around the aircraft carrier, the destroyers, and its job was to seek out smaller craft to prevent them from reaching the aircraft carrier or the destroyers or the M class or other classes. We were like the scout, I guess you want to put it that way. We went ahead of the pack. And it also did minesweep because it on the aft portion, if you look at the back end, the very aft of it, the very tail, there's a weird box sitting there. And it actually dumped explosives off the tail end for anti-sub, and also midship on the side. It had barrels that could be shot off. It had the 6-inch gun up near the bow that was used for aircraft and other ship. And then this funky thing just back from the front turret, the square box.
Yeah, that weird looking thing.
The doors would open, and out of that would shoot 8 rockets that was used for small aircraft.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that was the party pit there when that opened up.
No, actually, if there's another picture and back near the tail end, there's a flat area just before the box. It's a raised area. That's the chopper pad, and below the chopper pad was the party pad.
Yeah, that looks really tight to land a chopper on that. It's not.
Well,
you got to be pretty good, huh?
Well, this picture really doesn't do that much justice. If you get the other side, this is the, port side. If you look at the starboard side or the right side, you can get a better view of the pad. But it's what underneath the pad was a big shaded area, big open shaded area, and that was the party pad. We had barbecue grills, we had coolers with beer in them. We had parties every day because when you got miles out, the government issued you a minimum of 2 beers a day free, and you could buy all you want after that when you're 3 miles out from the coast of the United States. So we stayed drunk and treating patients and shooting guns drunk off our ass the whole time. Every shift was drunk because in the early 80s, we had people smoking pot, and being in charge of very important stuff to do, like guarding the fleet. And they're drunk off their ass, high off their ass. People down in the engine room aren't looking at the gauges and don't give a shit because they're stoned
that's
the whole time.
Yeah, I won't even fucking sleep at night tonight, Anthony.
Well, I'm just telling you the truth, because we all figured, hey, if we die tomorrow, fuck it, we're going to have a ball. And actually, that was all the way up to the CO.
That's funny as hell. Let me see. I'm trying to
Every ship is the same, even today.
I'm trying to get the boss's ship here, the USS Roanoke. So let's see what we got there. Let's look at that. This thing looks like a fucking party ship, right? So let me tell you,
all party ships.
Yeah, it looks like a damn container ship. Let me see if I can put this up without triggering my porn on here. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can get that up here. If I had Nicole's skills, I could get this shit done. There we are. Let's share that.
You know that. Yeah, while you're looking at that, the ship that the Whipple there was only 220 some members on that ship. That were sailors, officers, and crew. 220 on my ship. So, which was quite a bit packed in that area.
Yeah, the Great Bait said he's rapidly losing respect for the U.S. Navy here tonight. Here's what the boss served on the USS Roanoke here, which was a supply ship.
Yeah,
this is where the boss got into all of his fucking trouble on this ship. So
yeah, if you'll notice, you don't really see any guns on the ship. It's a supply ship. We had to guard those too. The fast frigate. They were of course very important to the fleet. They had to supply. They had, we didn't eat unless they were around.
Yeah, that was your Thanksgiving turkey.
Yeah. And movies, and beer, mainly beer. They carried an assload of beer. So that was our lifeline and we had to protect them because they also,
yeah, it was on the party.
Yeah, they were.
Good for him.
Hey, they did not eat.
But
they ate everything.
Yeah, how cool is that though? That we've got 2 U.S. Navy veterans here, and through the power of Google and images, we're just able to share pictures of the ships that they served on. I think that's pretty damn cool. This is the upside of upside of Google. To me, is to be able to share able to share this.
Hey, I see the boss on there.
Yeah, you probably see the boss.
Yeah, he's up there like the guy on the Titanic movie, up there on the bow. Has his arms out raised and acts like he's flying. That's what he's doing there on the bow.
I tell you, the boss scares the hell out of me because he's always talking about how he beat the shit out of everybody on his ship and stuff. Oh my God, Tara is just Zombie Birdie King says you're quiet today, Tara. Actually, ZBK Tara is just absorbing and dumbfounded by this wealth of knowledge that's now crossing across her screen here. She's pitched forward at an angle of taking it all in and trying to imagine where the boss hung out on this big supply ship here.
Yeah.
His electrician thing on there. So that's where he learned all of his electrician stuff, trained up on that, which is pretty cool too.
Yeah, you can see the chopper pad on the aft of the ship too.
Chopper pad on the back of that for sure. So
yeah. No. Well, if you get a better view of the Whipple, you'll see a nice, decent chopper pad, and how it's empty underneath for the party. When we partied, I'm talking, we just. But on that ship, on my ship, and this is something that you guys will get a kick out of too, was we had a Lieutenant JG, never been on a ship before. And he came on board and he was being a dick to everybody, just being a flat out dick. He was definitely he was just a dick, and never been on a ship before, brand new to the Navy, straight out of officer school. He had some kind of college degree that gave him a JG thing. But anyways, and he pissed the CO off. So one morning at 5 a.m., I'm in, of course, the clinic area, getting ready for the average people coming in to tell me they got aches and pains and they can't pull their duty or whatever. And we got it.
The usual bullshit.
The usual bullshit, they don't want to. So anyways, a message comes to us to not treat any possible injuries in the heads, and the heads are the bathrooms. Anybody who comes from the head with an injury, do not treat. Inform the CO as soon as possible. We thought it was kind of idiotic because we didn't understand what's going on. Well, the CO got hold of the people in the engine crew during that night. He wanted to kind of correct this Lieutenant JG and, bring him back down to human living instead of being arrogant. And he had them reroute the pressure lines to the plumbing in the dark water tank. So when this Lieutenant JG went in to take a shower, he took a shower, but when he went in to take his morning shit, he had somebody in the officer's head to inform the people down in the engine room that the dude was taking a shit that morning, and they backwashed the black water tank with massive air pressure, so every head blew out shit from everywhere, and the dude was covered with shit from the black water tanks of the ship, which was all shit and toilet paper and piss. And then the commanding officer made him stand on the bow of the deck and dry off butt ass naked in front of the whole crew. And that was from the commanding officer of the ship. He did that. And so you got stuff like that going on every day on the ship.
I tell you what, Anthony, it just makes me think, why in the hell didn't I sign up for all this fucking fun? You know what I mean? I could have had all this shit and been over in Japan just wailing away on the port side and having the time of my life. Woo! Over there, man, having that reverse shit blown up through.
Oh my God. And it was a mess. And he made that JG clean the officer's head afterwards. He had to mop it up, and then after that he was not an arrogant little ass after that. So the commanding officer, he was a cool officer to be under, but he was very strict. If you got out of line, he fried your ass. Those commanding officers fry your ass. So I've had some dicks as commanding officers.
I guess you kind of have to know where to hold the line on shit. You can try to be a cool CEO, but if you're too cool, you don't. You lose the respect of your guys. So.
Right, but one incident like that caused us to totally respect the commanding officer, because this guy was a dick, and the commanding officer didn't just join in with the dick. He straightened it out, and everybody respected the commanding officer after that. It was you don't mess with the CO. We learned, the old man, you ain't gonna mess with him. You piss him off, you're gonna get shit flown up all over you. So they know how to gain your respect. They really do.
Well, I've known the boss for 7 years, and he's never shared any stories about his Navy stuff, except when a taxi driver pulled up at Alameda in Oakland and said, "Son, this is your home for the next 4 years." Or whatever. That's the extent of all of the stories that I ever got from him. Besides that he beat the hell out of somebody. They tried to give him a dick check at the
well, he must have
Thailand. So other than that, I don't
Hey.
know anything. So if I'm ever in a cash cab and they ask me those questions, I'm screwed. You know, I got nothing to say. Shit.
Nah, he must have had a boring tour. I mean, I've had guys with darts stuck in their forehead. I had a guy come into the clinic with a dart just totally stuck in his forehead where he pissed off.
How does that work out for him, man? I guess nothing really vital. Just frying better.
He got a lot of me. He had a dart literally buried in his forehead from a Master Chief that got so pissed at him on board that while they were playing a game of darts, he took the dart and he threw it right straight at him and stuck it in his forehead. And I had to pull that sucker out.
I guess that's why they can. I guess that's why they can do frontal lobotomy with no problem.
I mean, he had to throw that thing very hard to break through the skull. But it went straight in and butted up and to get the skin. It was hilarious. One of those hilarious going, you dumbass, you don't mess with a Master Chief.
In the side chat here, Grape Ape is killing me over here in the side chat. I got to tell you, I got to crack another fucking beer on that. I mean, Jesus. Yeah, you know your branch of the military is taken serious when the village people run.
Why? Why?
When the village people write a song about your branch of the
YMCA.
There's a place you can go. I said, go, man. This fucking guy is on the side chat over here tonight. Holy fuck, this could be the fucking show here. I'm going to have this guy host the fucking show next week, Bobby. I'm telling you, I'm going to have Great Ape come on and just do this fucking show. That was the funniest fucking thing I've heard all day. Jesus. Yeah, it's all
I can't see the side chat,
right,
so I don't know
Anthony,
what.
That's what they say in the Navy. It's all shits and giggles till somebody gets hurt, and then it's fucking great.
It's hilarious.
As somebody said on YouTube, it's all shits and giggles till somebody gets hurt, and then it's fucking great.
Oh, I gotta tell you guys about the mysterious shitter. You don't know about that story. There was a dude. He was a first-class petty officer on the ship, and he thought he would make bets, claiming that you could not shit on his face, and he would take bets on that. He would put $20. This in the early '80s. $20 was big money in the early '80s. You know, I mean, it was, today it ain't nothing, but $20 is like quarter of your paycheck in the early '80s. But he claimed that you could not shit on his face, and he would take $20 bets, no less, no more, $20 bets. And people would start eating Brussels sprouts, everything they could, to give themselves the runs. Okay. Now this is a true story. All right. I never invested in this. I always thought it was hilarious. But the guy would lay on the deck. He would lay on the deck up near the bow. And if you wanted to try to shit on his face, it was $20. And if you shit on his face, he'd give you $20. It was a true story. So, but what he would do was when a person would squat over his face, he would blow and make the guy's ass pucker so he couldn't shit. Really?
There's just too much fucking free time on ships.
Yeah. So one day, though, this guy... One day, this guy ate Brussels sprouts. He ate anything that would give him the shits. He ate it. And the guy blew when this guy squatted. He would blow to pucker, to get the sphincter to cramp up. But this guy was so full of shit it didn't work, and he lost the bet. That's the only person who ever lost the bet. This guy shit all over his face, and he lost the bet. But you know, but months went by before this happened. Though months went by, and he kept gaining money while we were out to sea, blowing on people's asses, and it'd pour up. But this one guy shit all over his face.
Man,
no, Rosie, you don't need to make a fucker.
Yeah, I'm just saying, and they say T-girls are weird, you know?
Yeah, right.
Well, hey, listen, you get bored on a ship. You really do get bored on a ship. You're doing the same shit every day, 16 hours a day. You know, you work 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's the average shift. And then you sleep time, but you got nothing else to do. So they come up with all this weird shit, and it's just a freakish thing you've ever seen.
It's funny.
That's the only thing I can explain.
You know, I've known the boss all these years, and he never shares it. He's telling me about his fights. He's tossing Filipino guys like flipping bottle caps in the bar, and they keep coming at him and more and more. But yeah, there's some weird shit that comes down on ships. I mean, I've really learned a lot tonight. I just don't know if I'll sleep on that, knowing our Navy's doing this shit out there.
Yeah.
There are so many stories.
We got the Chinese grabbing our underwater drones and stuff, and they got guys here shitting on guys' faces.
I have to say, Anthony, I'm glad I was in the Army.
No, you're glad you were in the Army?
Yeah, I was glad I'm in the Army, brother.
Bobby was up early racking that bacon and putting
I was cooking the
Bobby
Army.
was his specialty was in the mess there, so his day was done at noon, and he could just jack
Go
off,
off and
just
go play
relax
golf.
for the rest of the day and chill out.
Hey.
While the boys were
I used to go off and play golf with the officers.
yeah, when the other boys are humping
Yeah,
their
Bobby.
shit all over and stuff. So
Bobby, the time you were in, I'm sure there was some weird ass shit happening around you in the Army.
oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Bobby
It's
was
just-
1970 to 71. But you know what? I was from San Francisco. There was nothing weird that I could absorb that I didn't see in San Francisco. So when I was in the military, I was like, I'm stepping back away from all of you. I'm going to do my thing. I'll cook. And I'll go play golf with the officers.
I've seen some more. Yeah, I mean, I got stories up the ass, 9 years worth. But I've got, officers were quite as freaky as the enlisted. I mean, they thought they could get away with anything until they got caught with it. But us lower personnel, we didn't give a shit whether we got away with it or not. We just did it. But they thought they could get away with anything. No, they got caught with a assload of shit through their activities. They were bored as hell also. And we were creating all kinds of shit.
I had more to lose than the illicit men. What they could do to us illicit men? Slap us on the hand, give us a Article 15, and kick our ass in the butt and say, "Don't do it again."
Yeah, don't do it again. Well, fuck, we did it anyways.
Yeah.
We did it again. Why?
Yeah,
Because we were more apt to just let it fly.
did you see what
And the officers had to maintain a different attitude. But
Marcel posted on the side? Bobby, thanks for your service during World War I.
And you're welcome, Marcel.
And Anthony, thanks for the War of 1812. You must have been from Harvard when the fucking national anthem was written. At Fort McHenry. Holy fuck, that's funny as hell. Man, I'm telling you, we got Navy, Army, shit. We're going at it tonight, guys. Where's my Air Force guy?
Hey, Marcel, yes, I was with Sergeant
Hey.
Stewart during World War I.
Air Force were
everybody
pussies.
knows
Anybody in the Air Force are pussies.
Everybody knows I love the vets. The vets, the vets, the vets. The vets. The backbone of our country right there, guys. That's some funny shit.
Oh my god!
Boss was just
But I I have so many stories that you know, even very tough ones, but they're stories because you know, every day you look for something to break the monotony, and it ends up being something stupid that, like the dart in the forehead. And I had one guy that had a pool stick up his ass.
How does that happen? How does that happen, Anthony? With that, like being a willing participant to that, right? Did you lose a bet or something? Let's bet.
No, there was a guy lost the game. He got mad and
yeah, let's
shoved it up another guy's ass. I mean, on a ship.
Which wave breaks first? If you lose, I get to shove a pool cue up your ass. You know.
He took the rubber end.
So was that the same club where the lady was shooting the cue ball out of her snatch?
Oh man.
Yeah, out of her crotch, a cue ball, which is the biggest ball of the whole balls. That woman made the 8 ball in the corner pocket and scared the hell out of me. And I just at in the early 20s, I'm thinking this broad is really gifted, but this broad is stupid.
I would think that this broad is probably out of my style, out of my class.
No, Anthony, now you got great. Ape is so worried he's not going to be able to. He's going to write to his congressman now. This going on.
Evelyn's grunge bar.
Marcel, you missed the flying snatch ball coming out on the pool table. This chick sunk a shot with. She loaded up, as Anthony said. She juiced out, and boom, there it went, baby.
For $20.
She straddled herself in the corner of the table, shoved in the cue ball like you would shove in a, you know, like one of those musket black powder rifle things. She shoved the ball in, packed it real good, and then shot it out across the table. Hit the 8 ball, put it in the corner pocket across the table, and he took her $20. And I'm thinking, this woman.
Imagine how much fucking money she cleared in doing that shit. You know?
Oh yeah, but how much strength did she have to shoot it across the table? Squeeze. I'm talking, you know, maybe the average woman could get it to go.
I've been with some girls with some real man skills, but nothing like that, you know?
No, I mean, you might be able to, Rosie, you might be able to get it to blurp out, but she shot it like 100 pounds PSI. just like you're hit with a cue stick. It just bam.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good skill right there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, she developed a skill.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Her muscles.
Yeah, KY jelly, but you know she was making coin. You know that. So.
Yeah, but a cue ball is like 3 inches in diameter.
I think it's more than that. It's like a circumference of about 7 inches or something around that damn thing to get that thing in. Damn, you know. I mean, you think about that, and you know, she tell the kids, "I can't tonight. I got to practice with the cue ball."
Right. So what certain was, if I was to ever enjoy her evening, I might have to slap it up against the walls to have any kind of sensation. That she had to be bored out that bad, where you didn't have any tight. You know what I'm talking about? Tight area. She had to be where you had to slap it up against the walls to it.
I don't know. She might. Sounds to me like she might rip that thing off. That's the way they do sex change.
Scared the hell of me.
That's what I figured. Anthony, you're not going to take your clothes off or anything on cam tonight.
No.
Okay, I'm just checking. Just give me a heads up so I can protect my hangout here, because we're going off the fucking rails big time here.
Rosie, I will ride it to the brim, but I won't go that far.
I know, babe. I'm just fooling you. Marcel says Anthony scares me. Yeah, I mean, the boss scares me. He talks about how he's beating the hell out of people in clubs and stuff. And boss has got a hot temper. You know, so shit.
I know.
Isn't that cool?
When you pull.
Isn't that cool though? We saw both of the ships that they served on, the USS Akron and the USS Sharman. Both.
Yeah, the USS Whipple. The funniest ship, the funniest named ship in the Navy.
Whatever. Please don't squeeze the Whipple or whatever.
Yeah. What was the, you know, Rosie, there was a movie made about a ship in the Navy. It was a dumbass ship that was a pink painted ship. I think it was
Mr.
Cary
Robert.
Grant.
Oh, that was Gary. That was Cary Grant. Cary Grant
pink
was
ship. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which was
Harry.
What was it, Tara?
Wasn't there a movie called Give 'Em Hell, Harry?
Yeah, but that was Harry Truman.
No,
there was a movie that Cary Grant was on a submarine where they rescued a whole bunch of nurses or something like that.
Yeah, that's it. It was pink painted pink.
Well, was that the Wall Street?
No, I'm gonna Google that. I know that.
Anyways, that was like a stupid movie of the Navy, and to be on a ship called USS Whipple, I thought that was the most stupidest thing I'd ever heard of. A ship called USS Whipple. I didn't even think it was a reality until I stepped on the deck, and there was an actual commanding officer.
Operation Petticoat. That was it.
There it is.
Yeah, that was Tony Curtis and Cary Grant on that.
Yeah.
And I think they had to rescue a whole bunch of nurses or something like that off the Philippines or something.
Yeah, there was a bunch of nurses on the island. They had to rescue them, bring them back, and they were caught up in some sort of a Navy fight during that time. But they had to share the showers and share all the stuff.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
But it was a comedy. Yeah, it was a comedy about a stupid named ship, a stupid named sub, and it was pink. It was painted pink because they ran out of the navy gray and they had to paint it pink. And then when I got on the Whipple, I'm thinking that is the most dumbass name I'd ever heard of in the military, was a ship called the USS Whipple. You would think that the Navy would name their ships after very dominant names, like, USS Minotaur, or some kind of a very strong name. You got Whipple. And I'm thinking Charmin. I'm thinking Fago Red Pop. I'm thinking, most stupidest things. And I ended up on it. But then I got the best stories out of those 6 months on that ship.
Yeah, it's got the good name, the USS Hartland.
Q stick up the ass, dart in the forehead, mysterious shitter.
It's a wonder, Anthony, anybody's able to man the guns on these. Between cleaning up the head and getting the darts out of their forehead and the Q sticks out of their ass, and balls passing around LSD, it's a wonder anybody even knows what fucking planet they're floating around.
Seriously, yeah, I am serious. As the corpsman on the ship, there was 4 of us on the ship, four medical crew. And we're the ones who seen all the behind the shit, because we had to go and down into every department once a month and make sure everything is up to date with their emergency medical stuff and medical, containers. And we would find the engine crew playing poker, smoking marijuana sticks, those 5-inch sticks from, whatever, stoned off their ass, don't care about none of the pressures, in the valves. You know, and when they, you know, like when up on the officer deck when they're saying, you know, a quarter head, half speed forward, 3/4 speed, whatever. You got the people down in the engine room going, you know, fuck you. I got 4 queens. I'm not getting up until I'm done with this game. Then I'll change it. We see that stuff, and it really is. Even today, I mean, it's more strict than it was in the early 80s, but you still have, you know, they're just partiers. That's all they are. They're 18, 20, 25-year-olds, and all they want to do is release the stress. And they party, and that's the same thing we did.
Well, like
and
I said,
these ships saving, you know, protecting us, these ships are literally just party boats.
Yeah, well, you've kind of ensured that nobody can have a good night's sleep anymore.
Yeah. Depending on
But you know, well,
Marcel says Bobby served on the Queen Cleopatra.
Well, you know, when the emergency call comes, though, everybody sobers up and they do what they were trained to do. But during that whole other time, they're just party animals, but they are very experienced in what they do. I do want to maybe end that this evening with that stuff. That the people on the ship, we were trained very hard and very explicit down to detail. So when the emergency call comes, we hop to and do the do. You know, but outside of that, it's nothing but party harvest. So we are definitely protected with the people that we have, but we have to have more release than the average person, because when you're stuck in that high intensity life or death mode, and most people don't run in that mode in the United States, but people in the military do run in that mode, and Bobby can attest to that. Even in his,
let me just say to Honey Badger here. Honey Badger was a nuclear power machinist mate. And, Honey Badger, thank you for your service to the country. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, by all means.
Yeah, we could put your ship up there if you want. If you don't want, that's fine. I just thought we're giving a shout out to all these cool guys tonight, which is kind of neat.
Machinist mate, that's great. Honey Badger, thank you for your service.
Nuclear power too. You know, I don't think a lot of dicks do screwballs around that kind of stuff, do they?
Oh, are you kidding? Hey, Rosie, do you know the nuclear powered?
Don't tell us anything.
No. I'm saying actually, nuclear powered people, they had areas that were closed off that the average Navy personnel could not get into.
All right.
You had to be specific.
We're going to look up the USS Providence for.
Yeah, you had to be specific. No average Navy on the ship could walk into where she was.
I've seen Honey Badger posting, so I know he's very intelligent.
Yeah, but Honey Badger, when you go into those areas of the ship, they are keypadded, secured, and only their personnel could go into the nuclear portion of the ship. No average military could go in there. So they were they are people all themselves. They were totally separate from the people on the ship. They were secure. I don't know what kind of pranks they pulled, but outside their doors, hell was breaking loose. Well, they were secure.
This looks like a hell of a ship here. This USS Providence looks like a kick-ass warship right here.
Is it a destroyer? I don't know what the Providence. Yes,
It
a
looks like
destroyer.
old number 6 there looked like the shits, man. This thing looked like it could rain hell down on your little village, you know.
That looks like a destroyer. Ask Providence if that's a destroyer. It looks like a destroyer.
I'm
It
sure
looks
I'll
like
post on the side.
looks like a destroyer ship is what it looks like. Because you look at the multiple guns on the forefront, and then that's what I'm wondering. What it looks like a destroyer.
I'm not sure. We might as well give a shout out to Honey Badger too. Those were not nuke ships.
Yeah.
Do I have the wrong one?
It's a 6, but it doesn't say if it's a destroyer class or.
He'll post.
So
on
I'm
the
just
side
curious.
Here. Okay, that
It looks like a destroyer class to me.
Let me get that one. CLG6 Providence.
It looks like a destroyer class to me, but I don't know. You'll have to ask that person.
Wait a minute. Let's see. See, they got a few of them with the same name.
Well, Badger should know if Badger was on that ship.
Well, he's just making sure I got the right damn thing. So.
Well, ask Badger what the name of the damn ship is. Looks like a destroyer class to me.
Looks like a kick-ass ship to me.
Yeah. Badger on it. Badger should know.
Yeah, I think I had the right one up there.
Maybe that's a cruiser.
A cruiser.
Is a cruiser larger than a destroyer?
Yeah. Was he Westpac or ask the person if, because I don't see side chat. I'm not seeing it, and I'm not going to dick around try to get it up. But
yeah, don't dick around by all means. There we go. So that's a model of it. I think that's the one.
It looks like
it's way bigger than a destroyer. They probably pack a lot of equipment and shit in that, and I'd say that's a pretty kick-ass looking rig right there.
It is. Ask that person. What was the I only had 227, I think it was, on my ship. What was his
compliment?
What was the staff, or what was the total military personnel on that ship? Makes a big difference.
Yeah, Grape says cruiser bigger than destroyer, battleship bigger than frigate, and Death Star bigger than all.
Oh, of course. A battleship definitely bigger than a frigate, yes.
Yeah,
I was on the frigate.
Honey Badger, that picture I'm showing you, that model, was that your was that it, the 6LG6 or whatever, the Providence, is that your ship? Looks
so like that's a destroyer class.
The boss says every 3 days a fleet needs fuel.
Yeah, boss.
Yeah,
why don't you tell us what kind of ship that is? If there's an expert, it's either Anthony or the boss.
It's either destroyer or cruiser class. But my ship, the fast frigate, we only went. I think it was 4,100 miles on a.
I mean, this Providence is huge. When you look at the scale of, it looks like 50% bigger than like the other ships I've seen tonight.
Hey, ask him if it was a single screw. He'll know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm seeing multiple screws on the model there. It looks like a triple.
I can't tell.
It looks like a triple on the back.
Well, I see doubles.
Yeah, there's,
I
I
see two
assume there's one
screws.
on the starboard side there too.
Oh,
Well,
Grape just keeps cracking me up.
I know, Grape is fucking off the hook, huh? On the side. Iceberg record.
I don't see side chat, so I have no idea. But
That's some funny
you
shit.
know, ask him if he had a ask that person if they had a shitter on that ship when he was on. A
Man,
mysterious shitter. Seems like every ship had a shitter.
Yeah,
So I'm just curious.
Great Ape said that's owned by the Rhode Island Coast Guard. Can you imagine that? The ultimate party weekend warriors, you know? When the shit hits the fan, I don't know how to run this thing. We're just killing time out here. Now we're in war, right? Really? Here we go. Running aground the first day. Oh, that's funny.
Well, listen, the nuclear class people, I was diesel class, so with the nuclear class people, the machinist mates that work with nuclear class, of course, that was all serious, and they had a kind of a boring life on the shipboard. Diesel class, we didn't give a shit, but nuclear class, you don't want to blow your asses up. So I'm just curious on the nuclear side of it, if those people, the machinist mates and up, if they ever really got into any kind of weird shit like the standard Navy got into. They were always separate. Nobody talked to them. They were off to themselves. So I have no idea what the nuclear class people did.
The special boys, huh, Anthony? Huh?
Yeah, they were special. They were lonely boys. They just, you know, they had their own. That's their own. They had their own selves. It seemed like they never interacted with the regular ship because they were so security encoded that they didn't really deal with it.
Yeah, Francis was a nuclear submariner. I don't remember the name of Francis's vessel.
Well, yeah, Francis was on a nuclear sub.
Yeah, I just don't remember the name of it, or I would get that thing up, but it's probably still fucking classified. We can't.
Yeah, but
Francis.
no.
You know, Francis. The thing I like about Francis in the submarine service, you have no idea where you fucking went in that day.
Right, but
I asked Francis, where did you go in the service? How in the fuck would I know? We were under the water the whole fucking time.
That boy was underwater. He didn't know, but he was not part on that sub that Francis was on. You had regular Navy, then you had the nuclear class people, the machinist mates that actually dealt with the nuclear portion of it. Francis wasn't part of the nuclear portion. He was part of the rest of the ship, which is actually separate. And that's kind of sad to me because the nuclear people who actually dealt with the nuclear stuff, they were like separated from the rest of the ship, no matter what it was. They were off to their own little world. And you couldn't integrate with them. They were.
Was that because they didn't want any knowledge sharing or something between them, or what do you think it was?
It was security. It was the security portion, because when you went to the nuclear side, they were behind locked, closed doors, security coded, and they did not intermingle with the rest of the ship. Now with subs, I don't know. Francis would know that question. But on ships, it was like they were so high up in the security that they would not allow any interaction with the rest of the ship for fear of probably somebody trying to sell military secrets. I don't know. Maybe somebody on a side chat would be more integral to that. But I did.
Great Babe said there was no knowledge whatsoever on the tin can Francis website.
But what I'm just saying is there was a total separation. So whatever secrets they were doing in the nuclear portion,
That's very
they wouldn't
interesting,
allow.
Anthony. That's very interesting.
Yeah. They wouldn't allow them to
I never
congregate
I
with the
never
regular
imagined,
personnel.
Anthony, I never imagined in a million years on a ship like the Providence that you would have a whole separate little world apart. I thought everybody was all together and you just did your function. I don't understand the purpose of this segregation when it came to that. It seems strange to me.
It's all security. Security. You don't want foreign nations like China or Moscow to know your nuclear capabilities. And anybody in the nuclear program, they didn't interact with the average Joe on the ship or on the sub for the sole purpose of security. Because
I can't understand it though, Anthony, because I'm trans and I just interact with the regular.
well, I know, you little hottie. I know what you're talking about.
They haven't segregated Tara and I yet.
well,
you know,
Rosie and
those
nuclear
implants.
Hey, Anthony.
Go ahead, Tara.
Those nuclear warheads could have some kind of biological thing in them. And that whole nuclear and that whole biological warfare is in a completely different category than the Navy. You're talking about the country's defense there.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I
right.
just thought we're all sworn to defend and uphold, and it just seems to me you just kind of set up these little classes at sea, and you know, we should all be like intermixing and just chilling out. We all got our own job to do. I mean, especially nuclear stuff has been around since the USS Savannah and the Nautilus and all that shit since the 50s and whatever. So
yeah, but when it comes to nuclear, the United States does not want China or any other country to know what kind of gauges they use, how much of the uranium-238 they use. It's all secretive, and that's why it's all behind locked doors.
okay, I
And
get
if the dude on the side chat was a machinist mate in nuclear, he should agree with me in knowing that it's all about secrecy, and you don't want. And I mean, Russia could easily have somebody sent to the United States under an American visa, join the military, and try to infiltrate a ship that's nuclear class and try to find out information about the nuclear.
Well, Anthony, the only problem with that theory is, don't you think the parties are better on U.S. vessels, and this Rusky might just turn his back and just say, chicks are better looking, the ports are calling better. So it's like a total fail, you know? You come in and say, guys, I was going to do this thing, but I changed my mind now. You guys are cool.
Yeah, now I'm claiming asylum.
Yeah, I tell you what, the less security you got to deal with, the more fun you have in the military.
Yeah, see, I dig that. That's good. I want to just be a swabby. I don't want any of that special knowledge and shit like that. I just want to be.
That's right.
I just want to be crapping on some guy on the front deck. You know,
there you go. That's why nuclear
yeah.
class. That's why nuclear class people are so private, because they have to be the government. But when you come to the average Joe sailor like me, it's like scratch and sniff. We make sure we just party, you know. The majority of
Hey,
the military just parties.
Hey, Anthony, Rosie, to me that is extremely fascinating because that means the government and the nuclear secrets are pretty much kept separate than the U.S. Navy, U.S. military. It's in another.
That's true. Yes.
Yeah.
It's kind of fascinating to me too, Tara, because I never in a million years dreamed that there was that segregation. I thought,
Yeah, it's fascinating.
I thought if you get assigned to a ship, you're all together. You're all
Yeah.
diddlies, and you do all your shit.
Nope.
And there's this whole damn separate group that's like,
Yeah.
you know, you don't even interact at all.
That's very
Yep,
fascinating.
Anybody dealing with nuclear are isolated and separate
And
on that vessel. On
I would
that
have
vessel,
I would
they're
have never
separated.
known that until Anthony told me.
I never would have known it
Yeah.
either. I never would have believed it if anybody had told me too that that's the way it's run. I would have said no way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it is, because you don't want to give off any military secrets on how the ship runs, how we maintain our uranium-238, how we deal with any of the nuclear class stuff. That's all secretive. Anybody in the nuclear program is totally
Pretty cool.
separated from the rest of the ship.
That blows me away.
Yeah.
Hi, Joshy.
Hey, Joshy.
Yeah, Joshy says no nuclear secrets on how to make a bomb or reactor.
Anthony and Tara, you know what? Right now, Donald Trump has the code. Put your head
Yeah, he
between your
does.
legs and kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah, I know, Bobby.
I am waiting. I am literally waiting for when, over this China and their shit was stealing our drone.
Our drone,
I'm
yeah.
literally waiting for Trump to pull a Ronald Reagan and say, "You're not going to do this shit. Return it, or we're going to jump on your shit." That's the way it should be.
Anthony, Donald said,
Yeah, Bobby.
Just keep it. You don't give a fuck. Just keep it.
Just keep it.
Yeah, just keep it. That's what he said. But he's not the president.
Holy
yet.
shit.
He's not the president yet. Obama said,
I don't like that.
Bring it back now.
That's right. And I truly believe in that. That kind of shocks me, Bobby, because I expected Trump to say, like Ronald Reagan, when he told him to tear the wall down, is to give us back our shit.
Well,
they shouldn't have stole it.
Like Ronald Reagan, but I don't think he's going to be. I think he's going to be more like Richard Nixon. Or Jimmy Carter.
God. Oh, my God. I hope not. I pray not. I'm going to be like a Nixon. Seriously, I pray not like a Nixon. Jesus Murphy. Jesus Murphy.
I got to tell you one thing, Anthony and Honey Badger on the side and all that. The beautiful thing is you guys all came from different parts of the regular squad or the super secret squad, but you all end up here on the bottom of YouTube in our Navy down here. And I think that's pretty cool. You don't need any special clearance down here. You don't need anything down here. You guys are all good to go. Right down here, baby.
There you go, you little hottie.
There we
I tell
go.
you, when I left the military, they made me sign at least 30 documents. It took almost 2 hours of signing documents saying that I would not speak about all kinds of shit with my Vietnam post-era shit and all that and everything that I've seen. But that was only for 20 years. All right, I got out in October 1989. I pulled 9 years in. So I'm past my 20 years. So now I talk about it because my psych said, talk about it. And I tell everybody, they tried to kill my ass. And it was friendly shit. It wasn't enemy shit. It's friendly shit. But you know, we have to talk about it, and I encourage anybody on the side chat. You talk about it. There's nothing the military can do to you. You're no longer in the military, and you done your time. You pulled your time, and if you went through shit like I went through with the Marines, I didn't even know. Hey, Rosie, I didn't even know when I joined the Navy and become a corpsman, medical, that the Marine don't have medical. They get them from the Navy.
Yeah, the Navy.
I didn't know that.
That's what Marines traditionally were just soldiers that were carried by the Navy into the most dangerous first action. You know, they depended on the Navy.
You know,
they always depended on the Navy to get them to where they needed to be, whether it was Tripoli in 1815 or wherever they needed to be. You know, it was always the Navy. They always traveled with the Navy.
Yeah, they're part of the Navy. The Navy or the Marines paid half my paycheck in the Marine Corps through the government, but I didn't know that when I joined the Navy. And I didn't know that when I became a Mormon.
Yeah, and they hated each other and beat the hell out of each other on ships and stuff.
Yeah.
What they call them?
Yeah, they beat the hell out of each other.
Yeah.
I got.
What they call them, Anthony?
I got
Swidly diddlies or whatever they call them on.
The squids, yeah. I mean, I have
squids. That was it. The squids, yeah.
I mean, but I didn't know that. Like I said, a bow dunk from the mountains of North Carolina. I had no idea that when I joined the Navy and become a corpsman, that I was going to be sucked up by the Marines and a corpsman for a 6-man unit that was a sharpshooter unit. And actually took out a general, a Vietnamese general. The first 6 months I was in the Navy, I was exposed to these drug sticks, party women, taking out a general that was trying to, how would I say it? It was a Vietnamese general that was trying to tell the government, if you don't give me so many million, I won't tell you where the prisoners are, the POWs. And our government said, take out the general. I was with that outfit that took out the general. But, you know, it's shit like that that just messes with you. And then turn around and end up on party ship and party stations. It's just a mind-boggling event, and there's so many stories. It's just awesome. Pensacola, Florida. I don't know what's going on the side chat, but let me tell you about the Pensacola, Florida. And I think this one, no, I better not. No.
Well, I don't know. The boss somebody called the boss an asshole over there, so I don't know.
Oh, no.
He'll start being taught. Bodies out there. The boss said I'm a squid.
A squid. That's right. I'm a squid, and that's what I meant.
I'm a squid too. You know.
That's right.
Funny.
A squid. The average sailor is a squid, and whether you be a sandal foot, a sandal shoe, that depends on the equator, whether you cross it or not. But you know what?
I expected to just come on here and do my usual cheesy shit tonight, but it's been a real eye opener what you shared tonight, Anthony, and what I learned from the side chat. I just didn't know a hell of a lot about. You know, I never thought the nuclear was that sacrosanct that they were all. I mean, I know there's secret stuff, you know, and Star Wars shit on a lot of these ships and stuff. So.
Yeah, but you know, the fascinating part, Rosie, is on the nuclear stuff. Russia has their nuclear stuff. China has their nuclear stuff. Everybody has their nuclear stuff. It's not secret anymore. But yet, they put people like that one person on the side chat who claimed they were a machinist mate in a nuclear class portion. They still make it secret. and it separates them from the camaraderie of that ship, and it makes them, I think they're bored as hell. They got nothing to do.
Yeah, I would think so.
They
but
actually
then,
have,
then it makes, but then it makes perfect sense because I'm guessing these guys just can't take shore leave like everybody else.
right, they can't. They have chow by themselves. They do shore leave by themselves. They're not able to interact with the rest of the ship, no matter what the ship is.
But I don't even think they can allow them to get off in port, can they, Anthony? And for sure.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they would. I don't know. To me, it seems like they're the lonely part of the ship. They're not able to interact with the dart in the forehead, the Q stick up the ass, or any of the other shit.
Yeah,
they're isolated.
They have no idea the fun shit they're missing out with.
No, they don't. They don't have, and under the chopper deck,
guys sticking 45s up each other.
Yeah, and
back in the
right.
sleeping quarters, huh? That's funny.
And I don't even think they're able to have access personally to the alcohol portion, because you don't want somebody drunk trying to manage the gauges on a nuclear,
Yeah.
But I'm just saying is, under the deck where we were with partying with, all the barbecues and the beer and the interaction and getting drunk off your ass, they didn't do that. They were stuck in their little cubicle areas, hidden away from the rest of the ship. And I'm thinking that has to be the most
Anthony, Anthony, don't you think they might have had their own kind of grab ass games in their own?
Well, yeah, actually, they might have, but I have yet, after all these years, to hear anybody in that nuclear class area say anything about any fun that they had. I think they were brought on, did their due, and then were brought off, and they really didn't have any kind of shit to play with.
That's pretty funny.
it's what I think. I think they were so segregated that they didn't have any kind of camaraderie. And frankly, thank God I never got into the nuclear portion of it. Even in the physicals.
You would have missed all those Q sticks and all that shit on the.
That's right. Cue balls, Q sticks.
That's it.
Darts, all that other shit going on. They don't have the camaraderie. And on a nuclear class ship now, there's a lot of ships. The majority of the Navy is still diesel. They're not nuclear class. So they're limited, and most all now today, the aircraft carriers are nuclear class. There are some destroyers that are nuclear class, very rare. So, but it's the biggest ships that are nuclear class. So they're isolated, but there's like 10, 12,000 sailors on a nuclear class sub. So you got like maybe 3,000 that are actually nuclear involved, but still they are isolated. They cannot even talk to, as far as I know,
Yeah,
talk
let me ask you,
to
Tara,
the average Navy.
are you eating Ezekiel bread, Tara?
Yeah, I'm eating Ezekiel bread and avocado, Rosie, with peanut butter.
Wow, nice combo, huh?
With peanut butter, huh?
Now, what's your favorite Ezekiel bread? Because I've had the raisin and I guess it's cinnamon and raisin before. What's your what's the Ezekiel bread you like?
Yeah, this is a cinnamon and raisin right here. It's the best one. It's just that what's the word? You know, if you want to go to Ezekiel bread, this is the one to have.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the
It's
one
like-
that's the one that I got before. And the thing, do you take it out frozen and deal with it, or do you leave your whole loaf out, or does it stay frozen?
Both. I do both. If you want to lose a lot of weight, just eat this with peanut butter and it'll taste okay. And I put avocado on it.
Okay, because Cupcake says I'm afraid of Ezekiel bread because it looks like birdseed. You know, I've had it before. It tastes pretty good. Tara
Well,
says if you eat that, you lose weight on Ezekiel bread.
yeah, you know, it's no pain, no gain. I mean, if you wanna eat something that tastes awesome, you're gonna gain a lot of weight. If you're gonna eat something that tastes okay and healthy, you're gonna lose weight and you're gonna become healthy.
But what good is avocado? I mean, does avocado?
It's got good
I
oil.
find it.
It's got good oils.
Avocado has no taste at all.
It's
to
got
me.
good oils in it. It's got
What?
It's got very good oils. You know, oil's not oil. There's some oils that are bind better and are more beneficial to the body, and there's some oils that are terrible. And avocados have oils that are very beneficial to health. Okay, Tara, we
Well,
get
add some to that shit.
Tara's
Avocados.
Tara's like Eddie Murphy on that. And Mr. Robinson showing up the little potatoes.
Yeah, avocado.
Avocados to me have no taste at all.
Well, what about on sushi, Anthony, or in a salad out in California? Everybody eats like avocados like crazy out here.
Well, now sushi's a different story. I love sushi.
Oh, did you see our sushi last night, Anthony? Check it out. We had a great sushi last night.
Oh yeah, I already seen it. I already watched it. And frankly, sushi, I was introduced to sushi in the Navy, and I love the hell out of sushi. I really, I love the hell out of it.
Yeah, the viddy's up, Nicole, from last night. You know that Jen never tasted sushi till about 6 months ago. And now, like I said in the video, she's never met a sushi roll that she doesn't like now. No matter what I order and put in front of her, she's good to go, you know?
Hey, Rosie, in San Diego, we were only like 2 months out of boot camp. Me and like 4 other guys went to a sushi bar in San Diego, not knowing that it was raw fish. We were dumbasses. We didn't know. We thought it was a seafood restaurant. So we went in there and we were waiting for our seat. While we were waiting for our table, we sat at the bar and we had sake. The first time any of us had sake, rice wine. And we drank the piss out of it because when you drink it, you don't really have nothing. It just tastes a little sour. I'm sure you've had rice wine, Rose.
Actually, I haven't. That's what Nicole was asking me. She's like, "Oh, you had sushi last night. You didn't have sake with it." I've never had sake before.
Oh, let me tell you, when you have sake, it's got a little
Really,
sour
Tara?
taste to it.
Yes,
that's all you.
tastes
That's
like
all you.
socks.
Yeah. So we they serve it to you in these little bitty 1/4 shot things. They're just small. So we're drinking the piss out of these. We're drinking the piss out of these things, and you don't feel anything, nothing. I mean, it's warm. It's served warm, and when you drink it, it's warm going down. And then the lady called us to our table, and all of us stood up from the bar, and all 4 of us fell to the floor. we were totally shit-faced. And when we hit the floor, everybody that was in the restaurant started laughing their ass off, and they had to help us up and walk us to our table to have sushi. But I enjoy sushi. It's just a fascinating experience that everybody should try.
The thing that I find fascinating about sushi is every sushi place puts their own spin on their own. It's one of those things you can customize and make your own at your own. You can have your own signature rolls and stuff. So I think that's the coolest thing about sushi is you actually have to get the menu and you actually have to examine what these different rolls are and the components, and it's pretty cool. I got a little upset last night because the Japanese waiter was not very informative about things. Next time, if I had to do that over, I would have said, just have your sushi master back there. Just pick out 4 rolls for us here, and and we'll try them out. But there were so many things on the quote specials menu unquote that there was nothing special. So we just got kind of confused by it. I didn't like that at all. That was the only downside of that. But I find sushi fascinating because we went to Pacific Beach PB Sushi in San Diego, and we've been to so many different sushi places. Sushi here in about 1,000 feet up the road. Each place puts their own little. They'll develop their own little signature sushi rolls and stuff, which I really like. That's I think is the fun. Like Jen likes the California roll because she knows she's going to enjoy eating it. There's going to be no downside to it, but she's pretty much open into trying other things too, which I think is pretty good.
Yeah, well, between Saku, that was the other night, and the one from a few months ago, I think Saku was the actual better restaurant than you went to 3 or 4 months ago and got the California rolls. It just seemed like they were more traditional in the Saku than they were in the one where you had spring roll when you first introduced Missy Jen to the.
Yeah, that was a place called O Sushi up in right up the street. I think that was the first sushi experience that she had.
Yeah, the very first experience. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want any cooked sushi. I like that. I mean, some of this fish is incredible. It just melts in your mouth. Sarah, you've had that experience of a really good fresh sushi. It's like butter. I mean, it's incredible.
Oh yeah, blue tuna. Blue tuna is
bluefin. I wasn't crazy about the color component.
Bluefin.
I felt like maybe
bluefin is just butter.
I felt like maybe they pawned a little bit of older bluefin off of us because normally I like my tuna to be a real deep red, which shows it's really oxygenated and really fresh. And after a while, it loses that red color, and it's indicative of stuff that's maybe past its prime. Honey Badger, Tara was going to take us to Onami Sushi Buffet down there. So next time we'll hit that. I didn't take Jen's chair, and we had a devil of a time trying to figure out exactly. That was the plan down there. So we still had a fun time. We had to hang out. We just ordered a pizza, and we had a good time on that. So I was able to do 3 hangouts with Tara down there. I can't
one thing
wait
I was concerned. Yeah, one thing I was concerned about, Rosie, was your bluefin tuna for only $8 for a little sample. It should have been like double that to get the primo bluefin. I thought that was a little on the cheap side, so I was really curious if that was actual.
Well, I think the color could have been a little better, but
yeah.
The reality is that bluefin is like the most expensive tuna.
Yes, it is.
When they put one up for sale to market in Japan, they can get $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 for a bluefin.
That's right. So when you're talking one and a half of an ounce,
a small piece like that, just at cost is going to be $3 or $4. So at $8 for 2 pieces on, I wouldn't do it again. But I was praying it would be a little more, you know, rich and red. So.
Well, that's what I was saying is it should actually be double what you paid for the good stuff. Little more, $8 for a sample like you guys had. I thought that was good, but actually it should be double that for the actual good stuff. Not just the tail fin area, but the good stuff.
Well,
it's very expensive. You know, it's very expensive.
Very expensive fish.
Yeah, very expensive fish. Very expensive. You know, so what you guys had was great, but I think if you had the prime rib of the bluefin tuna.
I agree, Anthony.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, the sushi that we had was really, really good. And actually, for you guys on the channel coming up for 2017, the Boston Janitor are going to come up and do an overnighter. And I'm going to take them. We're going to take them right back to the place we went last night and let them try some of the sushi, because I think this place did a pretty good job. Would I order a bluefin again? No.
Yes.
I would only order the bluefin if next time I would tell the guy, show me it before I buy it. You know, let me look at it first. And I would have turned it down on the basis of the color of it, because I like a tuna that's really deep red, because that's the most flavor and the best quality.
That's right. It's got to be blood deep. Blood deep.
Yeah. So this is what I would do next time when they came up, is to make sure. I'm not much on white tuna either. Dave Dickey's like they even have white tuna, so I'm not much on salmon. No. But I like the yellowfin and the bluefin tuna.
Hey, Rosie.
Yeah.
It's time for me to go to bed, so
yeah,
I'm
only going to bed another 19 minutes tonight, and I'm done tonight too. So I've been struggling.
Hey, Tara, you sweetie pie, you've been a blast. Are you really?
I love you, Rosie, and I love you, Anthony.
Yeah, love you, Tara. Thanks for coming on tonight.
Hey, love you too, Tara.
Good night.
Make a lot of fun. Be safe, and I'll see you soon, girl.
See you soon.
She's such a sweetie, isn't she, Tara? She's a sweetie.
You meet her in person, and she's even sweeter. So. She's a nice gal.
Wait to do that. I'd love to meet her.
Anthony, when I think of how lucky I am to have met as many people on YouTube as I've met the last year, there's nobody on YouTube that's met more people than I have within this community. And Tara's right up there. She's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
She's very kind in person and very generous. She came down and picked us up with her car and everything. And she listens to jazz like I do. So who knew? So we.
Oh, sweet.
We're kind of laid back. We're similar in some ways, but Tara does a lot of interaction with people during the day at her job. So when she gets home, she doesn't want a lot of bullshit. She just wants quiet and solitude, and be able to just come on YouTube and have a little fun. She doesn't want to go out or do anything, and that's kind of cool. She knows what she wants to do. So she's been a great friend of ours, and I sent her some of our moonshine a couple years ago. So, you know, we've been knowing each other for a while. So
I noticed Tara, whenever I pop on and just say hi on the side check, Tara's always the first one to interact with. And
yeah, she's got a lot of heart, and she's fun. She's quiet. You're not going to get a party animal, but she's
no, you're not. I mean, well, I don't know how she is on in person, well, she's a party animal, but I've never seen dominate like I do anyways, like dominate or create any friction. You know, she don't do that. I don't see any friction coming from her,
No,
like other people on the side.
She's widely loved by everybody. So
Yeah, well, you know what?
bikinis.
you need more. Janet says I need more bikinis. You need more micro bikinis.
Yeah.
You know. But you can't wear it with those jumbo nips that, yeah, wow, it's 32 degrees. That means my citrus is going to get whacked, and it's already 32 at 11:43. It's going to be about 25 tomorrow morning. So.
Oh, you poor little baby.
Okay, great, Abe. Thank you. You know what?
It's
I think I'm going to go
24.
ahead and Anthony just closed in. I had a long day fighting the propane today and getting that valve switched out. So I want to thank you for coming on tonight.
Hey,
You made a lot of
anytime,
fun.
girl.
You taught me a lot of stuff that I never knew before, and also Honey Badger on the chat. It's one of the most interesting chats that I saw, and I learned a lot tonight. And Janet says I need some Chinese bikinis. Yes, you do. You need to really lift your game up. Yes, you do. So I'm just putting it out there, Janet. Okay, you know, you're not getting any younger, hon. So, all right, Anthony, you have yourself a good night, and thank you everybody on the side chat. It was a very fun and very informative night. I love you guys. All right, Anthony, you take care. Okay, peace, love, and your your card is in the mail. So.
Hey, sweet. I appreciate that. You know, so I'm just coming on here having fun with you guys, and you know, you're a blast, Rosie. You really are. So
yeah,
everybody who's on the side chat, if they're dicks or you know, sisters, well, to hell with you.
Talk about
but you know what? Rosie's fun. Rosie's a blast, and you do nothing but have good times with Rosie's.
That's right.
So
good videos.
those
and
idiots.
Everybody, we've got a really funny another one in the can tomorrow for Las Vegas. You're gonna love tomorrow, and we are gonna have the propane switching out the valve tomorrow, and all the craziness with the dicks at the propane place.
Oh my God, we had a great time.
That'll all be coming up, and good stuff, guys.
Viva Las Vegas.
And then it's going to be on the projects and all kinds of good stuff. So, all right, Anthony, love you, my brother. Thank you for your service to our country.
Right.
You make America great. Okay.
God bless you,
Good night,
girl.
everybody.